safety of our residents. That's why we're here today, because questions are being raised about the public health impacts of the cross-border pollution. And with me today are county top health experts to provide you with the most accurate information and the steps the county is taking to proactively address this issue. With me today is Dr. Ankita Kadakia, the interim public health officer, Heather Bonomo, our environmental health and quality, Brian Albright from Parks and Recreation, Eden Brookman, our Chief Sustainability Officer, and Amy Herbert, our interim DCAO for Lush, and Dr. Shaw. All of them are here because we want to make sure that we are very clear that the county has not received, as of now, any data that indicates a public safety concern. I want to emphasize that. We have not, as a county, received any data that indicates a public safety concern. Our county's hazardous incident response team has been working out on the field alongside San Diego State University and UCSD researchers to closely monitor the levels of hydrogen cyanide, and they found there were no significant hydrogen cyanide readings and the hydrogen sulfide buried. The levels are not posing a public health hazard. I want to make sure we emphasize that. For years, we've been advocating for our families in the Tijuana River Valley. I think all of you know in 2021, we led the efforts to make sure that we first created a public health care crisis. Then we made sure that we declared a state of emergency. And due to the ongoing environmental, economic, and property impacts caused by the cross-border sewage, the declarations have allowed us to expedite federal resources and mobilize a comprehensive response. To address the public threat, I officially requested that the Center for the Disease Controls and the California Department of Health investigate the health impacts of the cross-border pollution. And the goal with this investigation is really to identify any potential link between pollution and health issues, allowing us to mitigate these risks and protect our community. I also want to make sure we note that the National Center for Environmental Health and the Agency for Toxic Substance Abuse and Disease Registry are collaborating with the County of San Diego to develop an EPI-aid, an urgent response designated to help investigate and address these concerns. While we need to investigate the long-term solutions, our families also need immediate relief from polluted air. That's why we launched this pilot program that all of you know about to distribute free air purifiers immediately to residents affected by the orders. That is why we launched the pilot program, and we were able to make sure that we got it to our communities. We were able to purchase about 400 air purifiers specifically designated to filter out pollution-related orders. Due to the success of the program, we've been able to get another additional funding from the EPA to get more supplies for the family. We're going to keep searching for more dollars so that we can get enough filters for as many of the folks that are being impacted. We also work tirelessly, I think all of you knew, to keep funding projects that will help the long-term impact, because we all know that in the end, we have to make sure that we expand the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plan. And in fact, the contract was awarded, I think everybody knows, this last month, so that construction can begin. And this is a critical step in addressing the infrastructure needs to, address the actual root of the problem. I think most of you know that recently we went and sent a letter to Congress advocating for another $278 million from IBWC construction account for the fiscal year 25. And additionally, we secured $10 million from the State Coastal Conservancy and Smuggler's Gulch Improvement Program aimed at reducing trash and sediment from entering the Tijuana River Valley. Yet a lot more needs to be done, so we've sent out letters to the California Air Resources Board and the Environmental Protection Act requesting support for funding and to send us their technicians, send us dollars, send us their experts so that they can help our communities really understand how this crisis is being impacted. We've also applied for $40 million in grant funding to clean up watershed and increase climate resiliency along the border region. And our county experts are actively monitoring the situation in Tijuana River Valley, coordinating with the federal agencies as we welcome any additional researchers to share the data so we can evaluate it from a public health perspective. I think most of you know, 2 months ago, I introduced a board letter for data sharing and collaboration with the researchers that are working on this issue. So it's extremely important for us that they share their research and their data so that together with our public health agency, we're able to gather this information and make the best recommendations to the public. I also want to make clear that the root of this issue in the water and the sewage is being left untreated. And so it is the infrastructure needs in Mexico that we have to make sure are addressed. And our beaches, as you know, have been closed for over 1,000 days because of this crisis, and our communities can't continue to live this way. So the Tijuana River Valley demands our collaboration efforts across all agencies, and it's not about one agency. This is really about collaboration across all agencies and responsibilities for all of us as elected officials to accurately inform our public about the situation and what is actually happening. The fact is that it will take a coordinated effort and sustained focus from all region leaders, including local mayors, county officials, state leaders, and federal government to solve this crisis. And let me be crystal clear. Finger pointing fixes nothing. We all have to work together. While the challenges we face are significant, we won't back down. We're going to build a strong foundation, and I'm confident with our continued partnership, we were going to be able to continue to persist and tackle this crisis. The work we're doing today is shaping a healthier and safer future for everyone, and I ask everyone who cares about this issue, especially those in elected office, to work together with me to be part of the solution. Estamos aquí para brindarles una actualización sobre la crisis en el curso del Valle del Río Tijuana. Es importante mencionar que la contaminación transfronteriza en el Valle del Río Tijuana es uno de los problemas de la crisis más grande ambiental y justicia aquí en esta región. Como presidenta de la Junta de Supervisores del Condado de San Diego, es importante abordar esto en una de mis principales prioridades. Yo crecí en esta región y he visto de primera mano el impacto que ha tenido estas aguas residuales y cómo afectan a nuestras comunidades, y me preocupa profundamente los olores y el riesgo para la salud. Hoy, esta mañana, aquí estamos en el condado, estamos trabajando arduamente para proteger la salud pública de las comunidades. Conmigo están los representantes y expertos de salud aquí en el condado de San Diego que están haciendo ese trabajo. Es importante mencionar que nuestro equipo de respuesta a los incidentes peligrosos, en colaboración con San Diego State y UCSD, no encontró niveles significativos de cianuro hidrógeno. Es importante mencionar eso, que el sulfuro es lo que causa el olor, pero no un riesgo al público, y eso es importante que se enfatice en las comunidades. Nosotros desde el 2021 hemos estado enfocando en este tema, primeramente dedicando esto como es un tema de emergencia de salud pública y después una crisis para el Estado. Esto nos permite a nosotros agilizar los recursos federales para respuestas integral y holísticas. Hemos solicitado de la CDC y el Departamento de Salud Pública de California que investiguen los impactos de la contaminación transfronteriza en la salud para ayudar a mitigar los riesgos. Para brindar alivio inmediato, lanzamos un programa en donde estamos distribuyendo purificadores de aire a residentes afectados. Hasta el momento hemos distribuido 400 filtros. Hoy nos mencionan que vamos a tener más recursos para poder comprar otro grupo de filtros. No es suficiente, pero es la primera etapa para poder ayudar a las comunidades. Nos hemos asegurado de fondos federales para enfocarnos en lo que es la infraestructura, que es el problema más grande que tenemos, que es en realidad pues el proyecto de la IBWC y cómo mejorarlo para que se pueda arreglar. También queremos asegurar a las comunidades que tenemos $10 millones del Conservatorio Costero para el proyecto de Smuggler's Gulch, que es en donde está la basura y los residuos de sedimento en el Valle del Río Tijuana. Y estamos solicitando apoyo del CARB y EPA, que son las instituciones estatales y federales, más de 40 millones para limpieza de cuencas hidrográficas y resiliencia climática. Quiero asegurar que los expertos del condado continúan monitoreando de cerca la situación y, sin embargo, damos la bienvenida a ayuda adicional y estamos dispuestos a seguir trabajando con otras entidades. El condado está aquí para colaborar. Por último, solo quiero recordarles a todos que la raíz de esta crisis radica en la falta de mantenimiento de la estructura para tratar las aguas residuales, misma que han mantenido nuestras playas cerradas durante más de 1000 días. Resolver la crisis del Valle de Tijuana, del Río Tijuana requiere colaboración entre todas las agencias y necesitamos esfuerzos unidos con líderes locales del condado y del estado. Esta es una crisis desafiante, pero con una colaboración continua construimos un mejor futuro, trabajamos todos juntos para ser parte de la solución y encargarnos de que la gente tenga la información correcta. Ahora voy a introducir a la doctora Anita Kadakian, Interim Public Health Officer. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Anita Kadakian, Interim Public Health Officer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Kadaki, the Interim Public Health Officer. Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. The ongoing sewage pollution, increased flows of raw sewage in of life for the residents of South Region communities are unacceptable. People should not have to live in a community or raise their children in a neighborhood where this becomes a way of life. We receive reports through media and researchers from UCSD and SDSU on levels of gas emission in the Tijuana River Valley that were of concern. Yesterday morning, I requested the county's hazardous incident response team in an emergency response to go to locations identified in response to reports they received for high levels of hydrogen cyanide. The team works out of the county's Department of Environmental Health and Quality, or DHQ, and is expertly trained. The teams were there yesterday during the day and night, working side by side with these researchers and the RED team from Austin. DHQ staff have told me since then that during the daytime and nighttime, gas levels for hydrogen cyanide were not elevated. Our HERT team, the Hazardous Incidents Response Team, did detect hydrogen sulfide, which has also been reported by the researchers. The HERT team reported that the readings were in average ranges and that there were some elevations. However, the readings for both hydrogen sulfide and hydrogen cyanide did not suggest imminent danger or threat. That being said, the human nose is very sensitive to hydrogen sulfide. It can smell like rotten eggs, and the nose can detect levels far below thresholds. However, and the fact that the community members are living in conditions with this strong odor is concerning. And we are taking concerns very seriously as a county. Strong odors such as hydrogen sulfide that the South Region community is experiencing can lead to real health symptoms for some people, including nausea and headaches, such as the community has reported. It may even exacerbate respiratory symptoms in particular individuals. But it's very important that hydrogen sulfide exposure levels in a situation like this are assessed by continual air quality surveillance. That is why I'm asking the true regional experts on this subject, the Air Pollution Control District, which already have sensors in place to provide additional and necessary support for the South Region community. My 4 requests are as following. As has happened in other places around the state, bring in outside expertise to improve the testing and analysis of the emissions. Hire environmental toxicologist, a true subject matter expert who can assist with sensor interpretation and work closely with the county public health services. Develop a public notification plan that communicates messaging on warning levels, similar to how the county now issues beach water notices. Distribute air purifiers to areas and households in needs based on sensor data and for the vulnerability of individual households. In the meantime, if any foul odors are present outside, close your windows and doors. There are steps to lessen any symptoms experienced and to protect the health of you, your family, and your pets. Pay attention to health alerts such as the ones that we have out for the heat advisory. If you have symptoms that you feel are life-threatening or symptoms that are bothering you, please do seek medical care. Avoid prolonged outdoor exposure when the air levels are particularly bothersome, the odors are bothersome, and you can consider exercising indoors during those times, closing windows, and turning on air conditioning. We also want to mention to businesses that have been affected by the situation in the South Bay, turning on air conditioning for 1 to 2 hours prior to opening up the business can also assist with helping those odors, as we want to promote healthy communities and healthy businesses in the South Region. And then for businesses that are impacted by these foul odors, we also want to recommend air purifiers or filters that you may have in your businesses. In the very near future, we will be welcoming the CDC and their staff to do a community health assessment in South Region. This will be a comprehensive assessment of the health and mental health impacts and the physical impacts that individuals in South Bay are experiencing. And the reason for this is that it will help to provide this information in a scientifically validated way that we can then take that information and take public health action. And we look forward to welcoming the CDC here in the short future. We're excited to support them and share with the community as we go through this process any necessary next steps. I do want to thank everyone for being here, including our Chairwoman Vargas, the Board of Supervisors, our county, and all of our departments that have been working tirelessly on the efforts to help individuals in the South region. I'm going to end there.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and open up for a couple of questions. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Announced yesterday are inaccurate.
Good morning. We can't speak to the numbers that they were reporting prior to when we went out and did a sampling side by side with them, but we can confirm that the sampling done yesterday alongside with the SDSU researchers and the red team that's in from Austin did not find any life or safety issues.
Will the county make available to the public its readings yesterday?
I can look into that and get back to you.
Just listening to the language here today, it just sounds like IB and the county are not on the same page. You guys are going toe-to-toe in a little bit of a, no, my experts are smarter than your experts.
No.
Are we on the same page?
Well, I think we're all on the same page. I think, the fact that we had our team out there with UCSD and San Diego State was exactly for that. 2 weeks ago, less than 2 months ago when I introduced the board letter, it was exactly for that. We need to be working together. What I want to make sure is that the public understands that people are safe. The odor is horrible, right? I live in that community. I know what it's like. So it's not enough for me to tell you, nothing's going to happen. What I want to make sure people understand is that we have scientists here, we have the experts, and that a county that's committed to making sure that we're out there and we're gathering the data that needs to be gathered. And in addition to that, as a board member of APCD, we want to make sure that APCD has the resources, that they have what they need to be able to do this on a continuous basis, just like we do with our beaches, so that we're able to tell you, hey, today, be careful. Today, wear a mask. Today, it shouldn't be that way. And we can have a whole conversation about that. And we're trying to fix the root of the problem, which is the infrastructure. But as of now, what I want to make sure is that the county experts who are here can give you the real data, and we're happy to figure out how we make sure we share that. Okay, Sam.
Let me put you on the spot. Are we doing this to try to prevent a panic? Because my wife teaches at Nestor Academy on Hollister, right up from the valley, and she's telling me the parents are already keeping their kids out of school.
Yes.
The neighbors right on the valley over there by Las Americas, south of Omaha, they're saying, 2 people told me yesterday, well, if it's not safe enough for the scientists, so are we doing this to prevent a panic, property values from dropping, perhaps I'm taking it to a whole new level, but it's scary out there.
Absolutely. So I think my responsibility as the representative for this district and as a public health care entity of this region is to make sure that we give people the right information. So I've been in contact with our superintendents, with school board members to make sure that they understand this is the data, and we're going to continue to monitor. And now we're asking not only APCD, the California Air Resources Board, and the EPA to help us in this process, because we need the resources so that this is monitored on a daily basis, right? So that people know if there is any danger, we want people to know. But as of now, our public health officials went out there with UCSD and San Diego State at different times, and this is part of an emergency cohort, and I think that's important to emphasize, right? They went out there to make sure, is there something there at this time? We're telling our communities that it's safe. It smells horrible, but it's safe. Any other questions? Yes.
For a layperson, you're telling us that the levels are safe and it's within those accepted guidelines, but in the same breath, you're saying people with respiratory illnesses are extremely susceptible to exasperation or investigation of those illnesses. Can you maybe explain why it's safe for most people, but if you have pre-existing conditions, why it might not be safe, if you should be worried?
Of course, and that's exactly why we put information out on our public health website. We've developed FAQs to try to answer questions for lay people, and that's exactly it, right? Each individual is going to react differently to these smells that are very nauseous, and some individuals that do have pre-existing conditions like asthma from childhood, or in adulthood maybe they have COPD, right? These lung diseases can be exacerbated by breathing more rapidly because they are breathing in these smells, right? And you tend to either breathe rapidly or you don't feel well, and it can exacerbate a number of other symptoms. So yes, we do worry about those individuals, but I want to be clear that we monitor data. We monitor pre-hospital data. We monitor hospital data. We have a very robust surveillance system so that we can make sure that individuals on a whole, as we look at that region, are safe. And if they were not safe, the public health department would definitely be continuing to take even more actions. But we have leaned in, we increased our surveillance, we've developed all these educational flyers, we've reached out to K through 12 schools in order to provide information, we've reached out to healthcare providers in the South region to provide that information and counseling and consultation to make sure that individuals who are seeking healthcare, who are concerned, that their symptoms, their concerns should be addressed. But as a public health department, we are definitely monitoring with our robust systems, including respiratory surveillance, as well as gastrointestinal disease and a number of other symptoms that have been reported.
The folks down there raised the red flag on the readings they got Monday morning.
I'm sorry, on the
readings they got Monday morning. And we say UCSD people raised the red flag on the readings they got in the 6-hour span Monday morning. I realize that you guys have not received those same readings, but those readings that they did that raise any red flags for you? Did that cause any concern? If we do see those levels again, what does that mean?
We absolutely were concerned, which is why we immediately deployed our hazardous incident response team. That's exactly what we would do to make sure, are the conditions safe? Is what they're reporting exactly what we're seeing? And that's why we actually deployed more than once to make sure that it wasn't just a one-time, reading, that we were catching readings at multiple times in the day to ensure the safety of the community.
Is that what the county's saying, that the readings taken Monday morning were just an isolated episode and that subsequent observation didn't find the same? Are you saying that their equipment was somehow faulty? Or are you saying that the condition is variable and that when you came out, it wasn't the same as it was when they came out?
I won't, and I'm probably going to lean on Heather for this, but I won't be able to speak to the equipment that the researchers use. We don't have that information. But what we can speak to is what our incident response team uses, and I'll let Heather answer that.
Thanks. Yeah, and also a go back regarding the data. I didn't mean to say that the county would not share that. We're happy to share our data. I'm a little nervous. Don't usually do press conferences, but did want to share that we want to package that data and make it into a method that is understandable for the public, and so they can understand why there is no life and safety concerns at this time. Again, we can't speak to the data. We weren't there at the time they got those readings. Readings are variable. Sometimes they can go up and down based on the river flow. And I do know and confirm that the sampling was done right at the river mouth there. And so that could impact the readings. And that's why it's important to have, long-term ongoing monitoring of there.
Just ask, because UCSD and SDSU, when they held a press conference with the IB mayor, they said that the readings that they got, first they were shocked to see hydrogen cyanide in the readings, and then also too, they said that these levels could amount to dangerous health conditions. So you guys are saying right now that it's safe, but how did you guys come to that determination even after UCSD and SDSU just last week said, no, these are at dangerous levels?
Yeah, it's important to understand how the chemical compounds all work together, and there is some cross-sensitivity of hydrogen sulfide with hydrogen cyanide. So if you have levels of hydrogen sulfide, you're naturally going to have some levels of hydrogen cyanide, but that does not mean that those levels are dangerous or that that could be an immediate life or safety threat to the public.
But are you guys still going to take those readings that they had in consideration to your guys' research and what you're doing? Because like I said, from what you guys are saying, you said on your side, you guys found the levels were safe. like I said, just last week, they said that they are at dangerous levels.
I think it's really important. It's not them, us. We are the public healthcare agency for the county of San Diego, where every day we have experts on the ground who are doing the research and gathering the data. We have collaboration and opportunities to work with other folks. We'll gather the data, we'll receive it, and we'll make sure that we are giving the public the right information, which is why we're here today. I want to emphasize that based on the data and the research that was done yesterday, we want to assure the public that we are okay to go to school. We don't want kids to be staying home. Of course, if you have a precondition, make sure that you're taking care of yourself. On the website, there's going to be specific information on what you can do for your businesses, for school, and for yourself. So thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate you, and we'll continue to keep you informed of how this is impacting our communities. And on Thursday, we have an Air Pollution Control District meeting where we're going to be, I particularly as a board member, will be asking APCD to make sure that they are the entity that is creating either dashboards, information for the public. We need more resources so the public knows on a day-to-day basis, you wake up, you can look at it and say, it is safe. Shouldn't be this way. And we're going to keep fighting because it shouldn't be this way. People north of the 8 are not waking up every day in the morning and trying to figure out if they can go outside and play. That's not fair. It's not okay for South County, and we're going to keep fighting for it. But for now, I want to make sure that people have the public healthcare information that is precise and it's accurate so that they can make decisions about their lives. Thank you very much for being here. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Working?
Yeah, just leave it.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. We are here at the County Administration Building, and we are here for the Board of Supervisors Tuesday regular meeting. Nora Vargas just had a press conference regarding the Tijuana River Valley sewage and what's been happening with the people in that community getting sick with cyanide poisoning and of the like. And it's sad because she said that it smells bad, but it's safe. And obviously that's not true when people are having a lot of health issues just from living down there. They can't even open their windows or even turn on their air conditioning because the smell will come in and permeate their entire house. And so they don't even really have any fresh air. It makes you want to send her down there to live for quite some time, just to experience it, as opposed to sitting and saying it's safe, because she wants to placate and the people and act like everything is okay when in fact it isn't. It's a very serious problem. They should be declaring an emergency on a federal level and a statewide level to get EPA funds or super funds so that they can fix the problem. And when I was talking to Joel Anderson walking up this morning into the building, I asked him why he wasn't at the press conference. He said that he wasn't invited. And then I said, oh, it's probably just Nora's thing. And he said, yeah, but then he said, well, what can we really do about it? It's Mexico that's doing it. But in fact, it's also the United States who is dumping sewage. So it's both of us that are doing it. And, just to kind of ignore those facts is very dangerous and negligent. So anyway, the meeting is going to be interesting today. There were several items that were some hot topics that were pulled off of the agenda. One of them regarding immigration and ICE, and they're trying to protect the illegals by continuing to not share their information. We'll be able to talk about the withdrawal of that, and then also some stuff about reproductive health care, which is abortion, it's death care, and making sure that they have a lot of these abortion clinics everywhere, that basically kind of forcing the hand of different clinics if they don't provide that kind of a service, that they want to kind of force them into it, which is really disturbing. And then there's many other items. There's one about SB 43, which is involuntary basically treatment, which they say is still voluntary even though it's court ordered. So it's really ridiculous. And, these people should be, have SB 43 used on them so they can go into the, loony bin. Because of all the things that they're doing. So it'll be an interesting meeting. We'll be streaming it live to you guys, and then I'll come back a little bit later in between lunch and then at the end to kind of recap and just hop back in and share some more information. So join us today, and hope you guys have a great Tuesday.
Yeah, follow our feeds, because the meeting will be live streamed if you're interested in seeing what this clown show is really like.
Yeah, it's like I'm saying, it'll be where you're seeing this. It's going to be on San Diego Live Data, SDLD, and then Eye of the Storm SD and Luke Slywaker. And so just continue to stay tuned. Thank you guys.
call the September 10th, 2024 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting to order. We would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respects to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Guiño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. So today, Supervisor Devon is not feeling well this morning, so he's going to be absent today, and we wish him well. We hope he feels better. Now I'm going to turn it over to Andrew to call roll call.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson. Here. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here.
Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas here. Next, we're going to proceed with the invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be delivered by our Most Reverend Ramon Bejarano and of the Diocese of San Diego. And following the invocation, the pledge of allegiance will be delivered by Ricardo Rojas III. Please stand for the invocation and pledge.
O God, creator of heavens and earth, all beauty and life belongs to you. Thanks for this new day. I lift up this prayer together with those who are gathered here and with those who join through the live streaming. We ask for your blessings. Bless our county, our nation, and all nations on the earth. You know our most important needs and issues. Bless our County Board of Supervisors with wisdom, dedication, and vision as they serve their constituents. Bless the local for-profit and non-profit organizations who make a difference in the lives of other people. Bless and safeguard our healthcare professionals. Bless and guide our first responders and law enforcement. Bless and protect those serving in the military here at home and overseas. Bless with knowledge teachers and students in our schools, colleges, and universities as they begin this new academic year. Bless us with good health, living wage jobs, and the resources our community needs at this time. I pray especially for those affected by the heat wave these days. Bless the rich social and cultural diversity of San Diego and all visitors. Help us preserve and use wisely the resources we have in our soil, rivers, and oceans. Bless our families and keep safe our neighborhoods, schools, and streets. And I pray in your holy name, amen.
I'd like everyone to place their right hand over their heart as we pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and proceed with our proclamations, but today we're going to do something a little bit different. Today we're going to, before we do our proclamations, we're going to move forward, and myself and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer are going to be doing a memoriam in honor of Rebecca Lynn Taylor. Welcome, please join us. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I want to welcome to our chambers Mr. T.J. Cook and Amy Cook, a stepmother of Rebecca, for joining us today. Today, it is with heavy hearts that we honor the memory of Becca Lynn Taylor, an extraordinary leader, a champion of the people, and a true force in our community. Becca was not only the chair of the San Diego County Democratic Party, but she was a fierce advocate for justice, equality, and democracy. And her legacy will live out in the work that continues in her name. Becca demonstrated an unwavering commitment to protecting the rights of all people, standing up for marginalized communities, and fighting for a more just and equitable society. Her leadership was not only effective, but it was compassionate. Becca built bridges where others saw division and brought people together where there was division, and always made space for those who needed a voice. Becca was a leader, she was a friend, and an inspiration to so many of us. Her passion for empowering others and strengthening our democracy will deeply be missed, but her impact will remain with us forever. The work she began, the relationships she cultivated, and the values she fought to continue for resonate within our community, reminding us all of the power of unity and collective action. It is in that spirit that we honor Becca's life and legacy today, and we recognize her for her service, her leadership, and her deep dedication to the people of San Diego County. And I'm just very happy I got to tell her that in person many times as well. I'm going to turn it over to our Vice Chair.
Earlier this summer, we lost one of our beloved community leaders, Becca Taylor. She was in a tragic motorcycle incident while coming back to California. And while Becca was taken from us too soon, her impact will continue to live throughout our region. At the age of 40, she had served in the U.S. Navy and held leadership positions on the Ocean Beach Town Council and had stepped forward to lead as chair of the San Diego Democratic Party. She was a doer, and if you ask any person, she was involved for all the right reasons to be involved in our community. As a young organizer, she was part of a whole new generation of people fighting for a more just and equitable society. Becca was the type of person who showed up and always made time for you. Today, we recognize the life of Rebecca Lynn Taylor. We are joined by Becca's father, Mr. T.J. Cook, who will be accepting the proclamation. Our deepest sympathy to you and your family. I would now like to invite Mr. Cook up to speak.
Rebecca was a wonderful daughter. She fought for people. She loved people. You could always get a killer hug from her. And she always wanted people to say their mind, and she would listen to both sides. And her politics brought people together. And I hope that the people around her can carry that forward, as she was an example to everybody. And my wife and I would like to extend our thanks for all the kindness that the city of San Diego and all the people that knew her have given us in our family. Thank you.
So the proclamation that we're going to be presenting today is both Vice Chair Lawson Weimer and myself. honoring Childhood Obesity Awareness Month in Rady's Children's Hospital. Accepting the proclamation will be Dr. Jeffrey Schimmer, Professor of Pediatrics at UCSD and Director of the Weight and Wellness Center at Rady's Children's Hospital. You had some folks with you, right?
Yes.
Have them all come up here. They all deserve the recognition. Come. So today, as I come up here, join us. I am proud to celebrate Rady's Children's Hospital San Diego and Dr. Jeffrey Schimmer in recognition of National Childhood Obesity Awareness Month. As National Childhood Obesity Awareness Month begins, it is crucial that we stay committed to advocating for the health and wellness of our youth and families across San Diego County. Childhood obesity is a serious concern for us at the county, affecting over 130,000 children in San Diego. It creates major challenges for our youth who don't have access to health care, healthy food that fits their culture, and safe places to be active. This puts at risk youth in underserved communities at a higher risk for liver disease, diabetes, heart disease, severe mental health problems, and other long-term issues. According to the State of Childhood Obesity Report, a total of 20.3 Hispanics, 5th, 7th, and 9th grade students are overweight, and 23.1 are considered obese. And from 2017 to March 2020, Black and Hispanic children and adolescents have a higher rate of obesity than white children and adolescents. That is why investing in increasing access to healthy foods, infrastructure that allows for safe activities, and green spaces are so critical and important for our youth and for us to prioritize as a county. Thanks to the Rady's Children's Hospital transformative work, we have significantly improved the health and well-being of over 271,000 children, paving the way for a brighter, healthier future. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Jeffrey Schimmer, Professor of Pediatrics at UCSD and Director of the Weight and Wellness Center at Rady Children's Hospital San Diego, for his outstanding contribution to combating childhood obesity. His dedication to addressing the physical and mental health aspects of this issue is truly commendable, and his work not only helps to improve the health and well-being of countless children, but also provides invaluable support to families navigating these challenges. And so I am proud and deeply grateful for your expertise and tireless efforts to help children. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague.
I'd like to thank my colleague, Chairwoman Vargas, for agreeing to join my office in recognizing Childhood Obesity Awareness Month. Today, we are joined by Rady's Children's Hospital, and as we recognize Childhood Obesity Awareness Month, it's vital to recognize the profound impact of this ongoing public health crisis that affects over 130,000 children in the region. This month serves as a reminder of the urgent need to address this growing concern and to take meaningful action towards healthier futures for our youngest generation. Childhood obesity is not just a matter of physical health. It affects a child's overall well-being, including their emotional and psychological state. It increases the risk of serious health conditions such as diabetes, heart disease, and high blood pressure, and can also affect their self-esteem and social interactions. We must come together as a community to promote healthy lifestyles. This involves encouraging nutritious eating habits, increasing physical activity, and providing supportive environments to foster healthy choices. Schools, families, and local organizations all play a crucial role in shaping our children's health. By working collaboratively, we can create programs and initiatives that educate, support, and empower our children to make better choices. This proclamation reflects the commitment of San Diego County and its institutions, especially Rady Children's Hospital, in prioritizing pediatric health through education, research, and advocacy. By declaring September as Childhood Obesity Awareness Month, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors reaffirms our dedication to promoting wellness and improving the quality of life for young residents. This should hopefully serve as a call to action for stakeholders to continue working together to fight for a healthier future for the next generation. Thank you for all you do for this important cause. So be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that we commend Rady Children's Hospital for its outstanding commitment to the County of San Diego, and hereby declare September 2024 to be Childhood Obesity Awareness Month throughout San Diego County.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the board for this important proclamation recognizing Childhood Obesity Awareness Month, and extend a special thank you to the chairwoman and the vice chair for your leadership in bringing this critical issue to the forefront. Your dedication to the health and future of our children is deeply appreciated. I'm a gastroenterologist at Rady Children's Hospital and a professor of pediatrics at UC San Diego. For the past 24 years, I have taken care of children with obesity and related health conditions and worked to deepen our understanding and to improve diagnosis and treatment. Childhood obesity is a serious public health issue affecting over 130,000 children in San Diego County. Importantly, obesity is not just about weight. It's about the health risks that come with excess body fat. Fat can build up in vital organs like the liver and heart, leading to serious conditions such as fatty liver disease, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and depression. Alarmingly, 10% of children in San Diego have fatty liver disease, making it as common as asthma in children. Our research has shown that 4.4% of all teenagers in Southern California now meet the strict criteria for metabolic and bariatric surgery. In a typical San Diego high school, that means 90 or more students would qualify for weight loss surgery due to severe obesity and its complications. These are life-altering conditions that no child should have to face, and that's why our focus must be on improving their health. However, it's crucial to recognize that childhood obesity does not affect all children equally. Obesity has large genetic and environmental contributors. Socioeconomic disadvantages play a significant role in this epidemic. Children from low-income families often have less access to healthy food, safe places to play, and healthcare resources. Additionally, our modern environment, with its easy access to ultra-processed food, constant screen time, and social isolation, exacerbate these challenges. Addressing these inequities is vital if we're going to make meaningful progress. As we address the public health problem, we must also confront the stigma that surrounds obesity. Blaming or shaming children for their weight is not only harmful, but it's counterproductive. It's essential that we approach this issue with compassion, treating every child with obesity with dignity and respect that they deserve. We must provide supportive, evidence-based care that helps children achieve better health without judgment. It is my honor to lead a new initiative at Rady Children's Hospital aimed at addressing this crisis. We plan to expand our capacity and enhance our services to provide state-of-the-art, comprehensive, multidisciplinary care for children with complex obesity. This includes medical evaluation and treatment, lifestyle counseling, psychological support, and community engagement to promote well-being. Our goal is to make a lasting difference in the health and quality of life for these children and their families throughout San Diego. Additionally, my lab at UC San Diego has launched a campaign to cure fatty liver disease in children. This represents a bold step forward in tackling one of the most serious yet under-recognized conditions in childhood, and we are committed to advancing research and treatment to offer hope to affected children and their families. The success of these efforts depends on all of us working together. We need the continued partnership of the entire community. Educators, healthcare providers, policymakers, and families to support initiatives that create healthier environments for our children. By fostering a collective commitment to health, we can empower our children to lead healthier, happier lives. In closing, I want to thank you once again for this recognition and for your ongoing commitment to the well-being of our children. Together, I am confident that we can make significant strides in reducing childhood obesity and ensuring a healthier future for all children in San Diego County. Thank you.
All right, the next proclamation will begin by Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, honoring Chaldean Heritage Month. And accepting the proclamation will be Dr. Nori Barka, Afaf Konja, Juliana Dirges, and Steve Matia. Welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm honored to co-present this year's proclamation to honor and celebrate Chaldean Heritage Month in San Diego County. This is a time to reflect on the rich history, vibrant culture, and enduring spirit of the Chaldean community, a community that has significantly contributed to the diversity and cultural tapestry of our region. The Chaldean community in San Diego County has enriched our region with its unique cultural contributions. Their deep sense of faith, family, and community, particularly in Rancho San Diego and East County, has added a distinct and cherished diversity to our region as a whole. Beyond these contributions, the Chaldean community in San Diego has been a beacon of generosity and compassion. Whether through supporting refugees or newcomers or being good neighbors, the Chaldean community is well known for helping those in need. This month and every day, we must work to educate ourselves and others about the challenges the Chaldean community has faced and uplift the kind-hearted, giving culture that saturates our region. To our Chaldean brothers and sisters, those here in chambers and beyond, we see you and we acknowledge your resilience, your remarkable achievements, and your indelible mark you have had and made on San Diego County. Congratulations and happy Chaldean Heritage Month. And with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson.
Good morning, everybody. For decades now, the Chaldean community of San Diego County has substantially contributed to the county's diverse culture and flourishing economy. San Diego County is home to over 50,000 Chaldeans, making it the second largest Chaldean population outside of Iraq, many of whom reside in the 2nd District. At one point, they were all in my district, but after redistricting, I get to share the Chaldean community. And let me tell you, it is, there are no better neighbors or friends than the people of the Chaldean community. Every year I try to go to their festival. If you haven't had a chance to go, I'd recommend you try it. The music's incredible, the food's even better, but the company's the best. And I'd just like to say that I'm going to be there at the Chaldean American Festival happening this weekend on September 14th and 15th from 3 to 10 p.m. at Hillsdale Middle School in El Cajon. This family-friendly event will be filled with traditional music, food, art, and cultural showcases. It's a great time for everyone, and I encourage you all to come out and join in the celebration. With that, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the Board of Supervisors, we hereby do proclaim this month, September 2024, as Chaldean Heritage Month throughout San Diego County, commemorating the many meaningful contributions of the Chaldean community to our community. Thank you. And Dr. Barker, are you going to say a word, or is somebody going to? Steve?
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson and Montgomery Stepp and the entire board. As Supervisor Anderson said, this year we are hosting the Knights of Columbus Martoma Council is hosting the 12th annual Chaldean American Festival, again on September 14th and 15th at Hillsdale Middle School. This event gives us an opportunity to showcase to the people of San Diego County the Chaldean culture. With authentic Chaldean food, cultural music and dancing, we are able to show people who we are and what we have to offer. Our business fair will host over 100 businesses, nonprofits, law enforcement, and schools. These businesses don't only serve the Chaldean community, but also East County as a whole. For kids, we're going to have carnival games, rides, and a petting zoo. All proceeds from this event go to fund our church and its various projects. We hope to see everyone there to help us take part in this great event. Thank you.
Let's do a photo over here.
We'll now proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. According to the board's rules of procedure, public speakers that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments. As a reminder, according to the board's rules, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. In accordance with the rules, we have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers by phone, and the rest of the non-agenda public comment speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. Chairwoman Vargas, we have 23 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 9 in person and 14 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, again hearing from the first 5 speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Michael Brando, Oliver Twist, and Bryant Rumbaugh.
I'd like to start the day by giving a personal proclamation to Tara Lawson-Remer based on this.
Can you please state your name?
Okay, Michael.
Taking a little off turn. We sit up here and we do theater like all day long. I know we never get to say the stuff that's really going on. We just sit here and have theater all day. Okay, I'm speaking a little out of turn. We sit up here and we do theater like all day long. I know we never get to say the stuff that's really going on. We just sit here and have theater all day.
That was beautiful, Tara, because you were telling the truth finally, that all of this that goes on here is a bunch of nonsense, a stage show for the public. And I got wind that Nora started the day off with this by talking about the binational community and saying that it smells horrible, but it's safe. How interesting is that? And we're supposed to believe that? And these are the same people that terrorize people into taking the bioweapon serum injection, while the board ignores all the death and destruction, accelerating cancers and illnesses that people are getting from having the poison injected into their bloodstream. This is not even mentioning the lies that were told by Jim Desmond about the horse death in March 2023. He specifically said there was no abuse, no neglect in Rancho Santa Fe. All of the news reports, multiple personal accounts speak to the opposite of that. I want to say thanks to Joel for paying attention to Zora Fahim when she was here last Wednesday. Monica, you paid attention to her too. I appreciate that. Although I don't appreciate you trying to cut non-agenda speaking time down to 60 seconds back in January with Tara.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. Oliver Twist here. So first, a couple things. First, on errata, I misspoke on a couple things last meeting, and I wanted to correct that because I think accountability and accuracy are important. I had said that the county budget had grown over $2 billion in the past 5 years. It was almost $1.8 billion, so almost $2 billion. So I wanted to make aware of that. And then also, I had said that the Bible was on the list of most banned books. In 2015, it was actually most challenged. So Oliver regrets the error. Also, I wanted to briefly talk about masking, and Chair Vargas, I know that you had personal health issues. I'm glad you're doing better. I do want to respectfully point out that I would think masking with vocal difficulties would have been an impediment. I'm glad you really didn't have to suffer that like many people did during COVID. I had a person close to me that had to go to the hospital in 2022 with an urgent heart matter. They made him put a mask on once in the hospital, and I watched his oxygen go from 97 down to 92. So there are effects, and I just wanted you to be aware of that for future health decisions. Lastly, Tara, at one of the prior meetings, you talked about the attempted assassination of President Trump to promote the issue of gun violence while failing to recognize or note the irony that this body has authorized or accepted, not once but twice, taxpayer dollars to hire armed security for two supervisors' personal safety. The board majority's ongoing efforts to make access to firearms, ammunition, and self-defense harder for the common man while spending millions of taxpayer dollars for your own personal security is a glaring example of the double standard. But I do offer profuse thanks for demonstrating that guns are indeed a robust means of self-defense and that ready access to them via concealed carry is the gold standard. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person. Richard, Pavid, and Mark. I've called your name. Please come forward.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh.
And I would call on Mr. Massey.
Can we be honest with the American people about what's going on here? This is political theater.
You know, that's Representative Thomas Massey. I did not get a chance to see him on Friday when they had the federal government had a Judiciary Committee meeting in the city of Santee. In that little video right there, he is certainly talking about that SAVE Act, you know, which has to do with pretty much illegal immigrants, illegal aliens voting in our upcoming elections. You know, us as Americans, this is a big problem. And, you know, what I witnessed on Friday, Darrell Issa, Representative Biggs, and another gentleman, you know, it was really interesting to watch the format of that meeting. And I can wholly tell you, from the core of my being, I was not impressed. And I've said that numerous times to people. And me, that's disheartening. Because we do have a serious problem where we as Americans are not representing, you know, pretty much what America is supposed to be about. I literally, in the past few weeks going down there to that border, I've witnessed sheriffs that are acting out of line, kind of like the gentleman that decided to, you know, beat up a woman here in your chambers. I've witnessed bras, panties hanging out, and, you know, where essentially women were obviously abused as they're subjecting themselves trying to find a better life. You know, here we are on September 10th, the day before 9/11. And you know, I was sitting there reading the thing, you know, they say how Rumsfeld said we lost $2.3 million, but the fact check from Reuters said he didn't reveal it. It was revealed a couple years before. In what? In a PDF that your average American never even has access to. We have an unengaged citizen.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Richard Pavia. I'm from the Escondido Renaissance Fair. We're a nonprofit organization. The Renaissance Fair is an iconic event that has called Felicita Park its home 2 times per year for the past 25 years. The Ren Fair is family-friendly, fully immersed atmosphere that draws people from all age groups, all ethical backgrounds, all socio-economical levels. The Ren Fair also offers educational experience for local students to learn history and culture from the Renaissance and medieval periods of history. In addition to drawing thousands of attendees, the Ren Fair and their parent organization, Vision and Time, provide donated tickets, educational enrichment during and after the fair. In our 25 years at Felicita Park, we overcame many obstacles, including economic shift, local construction projects impacted the fair, with our organization, adverse weather, and of course, global pandemic, of which we survived. Despite the downs, we are still providing an iconic event to the county. However, we are now facing obstacles from within the county that we serve, namely the county parks and recreation. We love the county of San Diego and many great things about Felicita Park. We want to continue our event for another quarter of a century. However, some recent issues are making this goal more difficult. Our biggest obstacles has been the changing of our contracts, the county canceling one of our weekends. We expanded to 3 weekends last April. After holding our deposit to cover our new contract, moreover, the recent change in the terms of our agreement, the full payment prior to the event within 30 days. We are a nonprofit. The core task, providing educational opportunities to youth, is hindered by the capital outlay of $26,000 30 days in advance before our event. Until at most recent, always have been able to settle our account directly following the event, always paying on time, never missed a payment. Our contract.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
We have a lot more.
Mark, I'm sorry about your friend, Tara. House Resolution 8421 has been introduced. It's literally the most important thing that's happened in our lifetime, absolutely for certain. Now the reparations did not pass. I want to help poor people of every ethnicity and stop the present-day slavery. Why Monica and the other supervisors have not supported H.R. 8421, I do not know. Tara is a PhD, if I'm correct, in finance, worked for the World Bank, and was a senior financial advisor, I believe, to the Obama administration, during which the national debt doubled. I do not recall anything from her about abolishing the Federal Reserve. House Resolution 8421, put forth by Representative Massey, is to audit and abolish the Federal Reserve, thereby ending inflation, which I have even heard Nora say before is a major problem, and cause of our problems here in San Diego as well as the nation. Countless families have lost their homes, families broken up, people committing suicide. The slavery this caused and the present that it's causing today is just incalculable. It can be stopped. People need to see this video title on YouTube that I've held up many times before, from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes, to understand, and your 5th grader can watch it with you and understand easily why this is so important and how it works to destroy our country, which, by the way, we're so much in debt now that we're paying more on interest than on our national defense. It's unsustainable according to the Federal Reserve themselves, who are causing it, and Elon Musk has said we're going bankrupt. So,
thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We will begin with our first caller.
Paul Bold, here's your remedial lesson on the California Constitution. What goes around comes around. That is the gist of California Constitution, Article 1, Section 2. Goes a bit further than the United States First Amendment. It says, every person may freely speak in this, quote, right, and publish his or her sentiments on all subjects, being responsible for the abuse of this right. A law may not restrain or abridge liberty of speech or press, unquote. One who actually puts such things in writing is free to do so, but could be sued for libel. This puts things into perspective. Your messages show your hypocrisy in calling out vulgar, insulting, or racialized talk while engaging in this for years. So remember, speakers may be annoying, but it might not be the best idea to punish them for something you also did, like disrupting a meeting. You can say how we threaten you all you want, but remember that we pay you not to threaten us. So, it sounds pretty one-sided. Section 1, Tara says, all people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy, which includes their fundamental right to choose to have an abortion, and their fundamental right to choose or refuse contraceptives, so that when you propose to limit these rights, you are skirting the law. When you propose to put counseling clinics out of...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Excellent to all the previous speakers. This is Consuelo. I've said this so many times here at these meetings. They all push policies that will eventually affect them too. This Tijuana River stench that our county's people breathe in daily is probably why the chair herself had her throat nodule issues and couldn't speak. She's breathing in all that toxic Tijuana junk too. Nora Vargas has stated that she could have taken care of this issue, this Tijuana issue, years ago while serving on another board. Not sure if she stated it here at the county or at the Sandag meeting, but the fact is that she didn't care when she could have. And none of these politicians ever will, because they're not here to correct and solve the important matters. They're here to ensure that things be done for the ones they really work for, and that is not we the people. This is where we're at, because we continue believing and having faith in a governmental system that doesn't serve us. Government has failed over and over and over, but yet we continue voting because that's what we're told is the answer to all of our problems, right? Definition of insanity. Government, let's break that word down. Govern, to control, meant the mind. But by all means, continue being devoted to the illusion. Great change can happen. Things will only become better when the taxpayers wake up to the reality that we are literally paying for our own enslavement. Wake up, San Diego. Wake up, humanity. It's time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the chance to share some information from Jim Knox, who is the California Managing Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network.
Can you please state your name?
He said,
Can you please state your name?
Can you hear me? Oh, yes, Madison Rapp.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, he said, nearly 30 years ago, California boldly forged the path to protect everyone from the dangers of secondhand smoke when it became the first state in the nation to prohibit smoking in almost every indoor public space. As Americans are now using marijuana at higher rates than cigarettes and alcohol, California has the opportunity to reaffirm its role as a champion for public health. To do so, it must build upon smoke-free policies, not weaken them. Smoke-free laws are popular because they work. They have played a pivotal role in slashing smoking rates and bringing overall tobacco use to historically low levels. We cannot jeopardize the progress we've made in creating safe, smoke-free environments and reducing tobacco-related health disparities by making exceptions to well-established laws in the name of the marijuana industry's interests. The marijuana industry tried to sell the idea that normalizing pot was inevitable, that people would accept it and have a positive view of it. But the truth is, eventually, everyone will have a negative interaction with pot or know someone who does. What is inevitable is that people will recognize the harms and wish it was no longer so common and easy to access. Just like big tobacco, the marijuana industry will be known as a failed experiment and a public health travesty. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. As a public health educator, I wanted to share with you the most recent Gallup poll that has the majority of Americans' perception now believing that marijuana has a negative effect on its users and society as a whole. People are more likely today to view marijuana as harmful than they were 2 years ago. This is according to the new Gallup poll. In the latest survey, 54% of Americans said marijuana use either is very or somewhat negatively affecting society. That 13-point gap represents a stark change from 2023, showing more than half of American adults now recognize the harmful effects of weed. After a trend towards declining perception of harmfulness of marijuana, the public perception has started to shift towards what the scientific community has been saying for a long time. As more people know someone who has developed a cannabis use disorder or mental health crisis like psychosis or a car crashing while driving high, people are recognizing the impact of marijuana use. I urge you, this Board of Supervisors, to consider the research that continues to show the harmful effects of marijuana. Policymakers as well as the community need to understand the negative impact and their association with marijuana and to their for-profit industry that is addicting our young people. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now I hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm talking about the Tijuana River Valley watershed. And this is specifically for Nora Vargas. As you guys know, 5 days ago, on September 5th, the San Diego congressional delegation, including Congressman Peters, State Senator Padilla, and Congressman Juan Vargas, said they're putting forward a federal bill to make the EPA the lead agency for cleaning up the Tijuana River Valley watershed. So this is fabulous, wonderful news. I agree that federal EPA should be the lead agency for construction solutions. One of my favorite reports I've ever read was from the EPA, so I think they do a very good job. So my idea is to build on the Congressman's effort to also get the Tijuana River Valley watershed on the EPA's Superfund National Priorities List. National Priorities List designation would complement the efforts of the congressional delegation with their new upcoming legislation to clean up the watershed similar to San Francisco Bay and the Great Lakes. You can have both a watershed plan, but better yet, it's better to get on the EPA Superfund National Priority List. The only difference is that instead of Congress only through a bill, you can invite President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to come to the border to announce together that it'll be analyzed and ranked for consideration into the EPA's Superfund National Priority List. So there's 3 ways to get onto it. The first one is where you get your project ranked. So somebody at the county has to actually go to the EPA and said, hi, can you rank this for us? The next is each state gets one site to be added. Maybe the California delegation can say, we want this as our California project. And the last is the Center for Disease Control, Agency of Toxic Substances and...
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is the approval of the statement and proceeding minutes for the regular board meeting of August 27, 2024. Unless there are any member comments or questions on the minutes, is there a motion to approve? Thank you. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Right, we'll now proceed with the formation of our consent calendars, item 1 through 12. All agenda items in the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull the items they would like for discussion. Supervisor Anderson?
None at this time, thank you, and I'm happy to make a motion in favor of it.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery Steps?
No need to pull any items, and I will second.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Beamer?
No need to pull anything. Just would like to make a couple remarks on item 5. It's just a great program. I wanted to uplift it. And, I appreciate when something goes statewide, when it starts here, right here in San Diego. I know this program began here in 2013. And we've now invested over $50 million to promote healthy living in our region. So thank you so much for all of this work, and I appreciate that we can continue driving it forward.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other items to pull either, but I just want to make sure that I highlight 2 things. One is on item number 5. I want to just say thank you. When I ran for office 4 years ago, one of the biggest challenges that we had as a county is that we were still leaving money on the table. And this particular program needed some work. And so I want to thank the county team for all of their efforts and all of the work that they've done, not only for adding additional funding to the program, but all of the work that they're doing to make sure that the communities that need it the most are actually having access to these resources and services. And so I really appreciate it, and I understand that particularly our underserved populations haven't had access to healthy foods and safe physical activity. And so the fact that we're doing this program and that that has been able to increase its opportunities in the community, especially my favorite part says in County's CalFresh Healthy Living team has been able to increase sales for fruits and vegetables by 30% in the neighborhood markets participating in the Live Well Community Market Program. And so I appreciate all of the efforts, all of the work, and how we're moving forward. So thank you for that. And then on item number 6, which is, give me one second. The additional University of California grant funding for Center for Disease Control and Prevention for forecasting and outback analytics. I'm glad that the county is receiving an additional $425,000 to the $1.3 million that we had received already for forecasting and outbreak and analytics. I want to thank you for the partnership that you have with UCSD and continue that work. And you've done it through COVID, you've done it through the Public Health Service Department has done just an exceptional job, and thank you for the work that you are doing, particularly in our community. So I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that, and thank you all for doing that. So with that, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 12 requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 3 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on items on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite allegedly Audra, Bryant Rumbaugh, and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please identify which items on the consent calendar you are speaking on. Also, please state your name for the audio record.
What order? I'm just kidding. My person uses the name Audra. I'm going to go with 1 so far. So, Nora, it is very negligent to be saying that what's happening in the Tijuana River Valley is safe, even though it smells bad. There's hydrogen cyanide and hydrogen sulfide, which has been used as chemical weapons.
Thank you for your comments. I just want to make sure you tell me what number you're on.
Number 1, it's the hazardous mitigation. Plan update. Can you give me back that time that you just took? I mean, go ahead. That's a bit ridiculous because that has to do with that. So it's almost a slap in the face to be talking about this when we have an emergency going on and people's health is being affected by that. All while you say it's safe, when it in fact is not. And this could potentially kill people, and you're sitting there and you're virtue signaling like you're doing something great when in fact it's putting people in grave danger. And so for number 5, with the CalFresh, how many illegal aliens are getting this kind of a service? All off the backs of the hardworking people who pay for it. We shouldn't be paying to incentivize people to invade our nation and then act like we have to take care of them. It's ridiculous because we need to take care of our own communities, and we're not even doing that. And for number 6, with this CDC forecasting outbreaks analytics, it's like you're testing sewer water for these diseases, invisible killer dots, and then we want to give people back sewage for drinking water. So that's really smart. If you believe that those things are in there, to be giving people back their own waste is absolutely ridiculous. And for the property tax rates, it's sad because you can actually take people's homes if they can't afford to pay these taxes. And when people are in dire straits, we shouldn't be, like, we're just constantly repaying for stuff that we already have.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So I'm going to speak to 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. I'm going to kind of wrap them all up and kind of really just talk about one thing, which is really grant funding. I completely understand that in this current system that, everybody is pretty much allegiant to, all the employees and all that stuff, where we have an unengaged citizenry with minimal responsibility and a lifestyle that they've grown accustomed to. We tend to spend money that is printed. That's the way it's gone on for the last, 113 years, 110 years, whatever it is. And I understand we've watched the destruction of the middle class. I understand all this stuff. We really need to reevaluate how we handle business. We really do. We do need to have essentially a monetary system that's actually stable. We can't just be kicking the can down the road like we have been doing, because what we are reaping is the dividends to this. And for all you people that are not quite there yet, what I can tell you is that you will be there. Okay, I want to talk to also real quick about the CDC funding, grant funding from them. I suggest you learn about Timothy Cunningham was his name. A young scientist, happened to be a black man, a black American, a hardworking man, studying the Ebola outbreaks and really kind of the CDC response to that, working for the CDC. He disappeared and ended up, being found floating in a river a few weeks later. This would have been, I believe, in 2018. I can tell all you people that, just as they've attacked these nations all across the world, ruining the chances for women to have children with their vaccines.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark. Number 1, recommendations, Chief Administrative Officer. Section 2, established appropriations of $100,000 in Office of Emergency Services and Supplies for consultant services. These answers are obvious, and consultants are a waste of money, $100,000 of our tax money. Section 3 of 1, authorize the Director of Office of Emergency Services or designee to execute all grant-related documents, including any extensions, amendments, and/or revisions End quote. There's a little more, but that's the idea. See this article titled to understand the unconstitutional, extremely totalitarian powers FEMA has been granted. This must end. This must end. 4, equity impact statement. Of 4. Prospective caregivers' RFA applications may be denied due to various reasons, such as failure to meet the home environment standards, violations of a child's personal rights. A child's personal rights, like, for instance, that the child may, perhaps it would be temporarily think that they're the opposite sex or non-gender, non-binary altogether, who knows what, and that the parent doesn't want to go along with that completely and totally to the point of letting their kid get surgery or doing whatever the hell else is recommended by some doctor. No, that's really, truly evil. I don't support that at all. 6, if COVID is an example of your disease modeling response, this totalitarian program should be canceled immediately. 7, the appropriation limit for the county is much too high. And I've got 14 seconds left. It's unbelievable that in California, they don't even want to tell their parents what's being done with their children. It's unacceptable. It's communism. It's like China.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll ask you to please identify which items in the consent calendar you are speaking on. We'll begin with our first caller.
Hi, this is Madison Rapp. I'm speaking on item 2. The legalization of marijuana likely accounts for an additional 1,400 traffic fatalities in the U.S. each year, a 2023 study in the International Journal of Drug Policy found. Many drivers don't realize cannabis impairs driving. Only 70% of drivers say it is very dangerous to drive an hour after using marijuana, compared with 94% for alcohol. More drivers in fatal accidents are testing positive for marijuana in states that consistently test. Cannabis can also scramble a person's internal clock. When officers tell a person to put their head back, close their eyes, and say when 30 seconds have passed, people who are high might stop after 10 seconds or wait more than a minute. When you're driving, you're always judging time and distance. You need to know where to stop, accelerate, pass, press the brake. Combining alcohol with cannabis can amplify impairment, studies show. It's not an additive effect, it's a multiplication effect. Regarding the relative harms of cigarettes and alcohol versus pot, no one drives the wrong way on the freeway as a result of smoking a cigarette. No one forgets their baby in the car for 12 hours because they were smoking a cigarette. No one has a psychotic break as a result of smoking a cigarette. And regarding alcohol, over 60% of adults use alcohol, and the vast majority use responsibly and not to get drunk. Virtually all of the 15% of people who use pot use it to get stoned. The marijuana industry tried to sell the idea that normalizing pot was inevitable, that people would accept it and have a positive view of it. But people are going to have negative interactions with pot, and it's not safe for people to be able to use it while driving, and we need to have more regulations to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paul LeBeau's criminal history, that the state passed laws beside the point. You are here to serve the people of this county. You want to promote small businesses in this county, but then you paralyze them by not allowing them to hire the most qualified individual. This is now your decision. You made it. Crazy. You have no business messing with private employees. Funding from the CDC. The COVID debacle, the mandates of virtually shutting down our society, and the deceptive or incorrect claims pushed by the CDC and other health authorities, and the hysteria cry out for data to be handled in a better manner. This is medical data and should focus on the individual. Not everyone has the same susceptibility or resistance to pathogens like the CDC wants to believe. And the crystal ball could probably do a better job. I know legal services for foster care. Number 4, I noticed that 2,100 applications joined foster care. About 2.5% were rejected. We learned that about 20% of Californians have a criminal record. So this seems like a pretty low figure, 2.5%. Are ex-criminals taking care of our kids? Number 1, acceptance of hazard mitigation grants. I approve. However, I noticed that with regard to emergencies, the county seems to want to declare an emergency and then wait for the state and feds to declare emergency in order to get funding. Since the state and feds are basically broke, huge debt, no means of repayment, this is a losing game, and we need to learn to fix things ourselves.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. This is Peggy Walker speaking to consent item 2. In line with this, I respectfully suggest that some grant funds, if possible, be used to study DUI incidences in San Diego. I ask this because San Diego has been ranked number 7 in the nation for the top worst places for DUIs, according to a study by the insurance industry. 50 of the largest U.S. cities were analyzed, showing Californians and San Diegans have a major problem with impaired driving. California had 8 of the top 10 worst cities on the impaired driving list. Interestingly, this study suggests that in warmer areas like San Diego, there may be greater temptation to engage in the use of intoxicating substances away from home than in areas with extreme weather. For prevention purposes, we should know what kinds of substances contribute to this DUI data and what age range are the offenders. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Lippett. Thank you for letting me speak. As an advocate of children and young adults, I applaud your efforts to address childhood obesity, like Supervisors Vargas and Reamer. Consistent with that goal should be to include food farmers and regenerative farming at every opportunity. Supporting the growth of marijuana and hemp grows in unincorporated areas undermines those intentions. We should want food crops. We don't need marijuana or hemp crops. Please consider prohibiting beneficiaries of the county's nutritional programs from using benefits to be spent on sweetened drinks or processed foods. Junk foods harm the health of low-income communities and should never be subsidized. It also is counterproductive for the United States and New Zealand, the only 2 countries that allow prescription drugs to be advertised on television. It normalizes drug use among all people, children and adults alike. And I hope at some point in time we will reconsider that misguided effort. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm calling regarding item 12, communications received. And this is my favorite report that comes out all the time, the periodic financial report. So anyway, on page 38 in the ARPA Trust Fund, what's really good news is you're finally starting to spend your ARPA money with urgency, which is wonderful. For example, this last month you spent $12.6 million in just July 2024, a couple months ago. And so for the next 29 months, you have to spend an average of $11 million. It has to be spent. It can't just be in a file somewhere. So anyway, I did a public records request, and what they did is they gave me to a website where the county gives the federal government information on what they spent for each thing. But the thing is that the numbers are not matching. The numbers you have in your periodic financial report, that's the money that hasn't actually been spent yet. So when you look at the data, it just doesn't really match. So anyway, I believe that there's still, at least $50 million that could be spent on homeless, and that hasn't been spent. That you, according to the periodic financial report, and that's in fund number 61040, the ARPA Trust Fund. So what I want you to spend it on is, do exactly what the City of San Diego Fire Marshal said, get $9 million so we could have a new roof on Golden Hall and some fire safety measures, and then give them whatever they need to keep the tents open. Remember, these temporary permits can be renewed by the fire marshal, not Todd Gloria. Todd Gloria is suffering you. You have the money. Also, I think that you should use it, and of course, I still can't have people at your staff for the homeless are not really calling me back.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth. Item 4, note of the state spending tax money on social services lawyers for the county to justify taking away people's children. There's already been lawsuits from parents who allege that there was no legitimate reason to do so and that their children were given vaccinations without parental consent. Item 5, $2.3 million state debt dollars plus $746,000 for the CalFresh SNAP EBT programs, where sometimes perfectly capable yet don't work people leech off the taxpayers being able to buy 3 carts of groceries of junk food on the first of each month, where the rest of us who actually contribute to society can barely afford to buy 1 cart of healthy groceries. This socialist welfare program needs to be overhauled or dismantled so us working people can keep more of our hard-earned money rather than getting closer to starvation and homelessness. Item 6, note a total of over $1.7 million from the lying CDC through lying UCSD. Some more faces of COVID or the voice of the pandemic, like Wilma Wooten apparently was. They tell us that infectious disease has doubled because 1 person was reported sick versus 0.
We have to use real science, not just the data that supports our argument.
Item 7, considering that since 2020 the county budget has ballooned by billions, you guys actually need an appropriation limit diet. If you guys already have $3.6 billion tied up, that means you have less than 50% left for next year. Item 8, no to any of the property taxes if we continue to see little good from how they're currently spent. And no to any more school district debt bonds when the children aren't even being taught to properly read or write. Item 9, since loopholes for safety were never addressed, no to sexually violent predators potentially having a free chance to become workers at every business. Item 10, no to a chief binational affairs officer and a chief people officer making over $250,000 a year. Item 11, no to Mary Jo Wiggins to the Board of Retirement. She was a consultant for 2 RAND Corporation studies, and she delusionally wrote in 2015, quote, white privilege is based upon compelling empirical and sociological evidence, end quote. No to Benjamin Satian Iganilino Jr. to the HIV Planning Group. He was a lying CDC community ambassador. And no to Sky Miles.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Gambler here, Hermes, a.k.a. Justin James Castro. How you guys doing this fine and lovely day? Well, I wanted to find out what levels you guys were willing to take to silence me, and I found out the levels you're willing to take. Then the truth. That is awesome. In regards to these issues, stop working for political groups or foreign countries and curving your decisions off that. You work for the people. We don't work for you. So if we ask you for a question, we expect an answer, not bullshit. Do you understand that?
Can you tell me what
I don't get it.
you, Justin?
All of them.
Okay, because you're
all of them. You're clearly not paying attention to what the people have to say. You are clearly not paying attention to what the people are to say. So why do you give a rat's ass what we're saying now? I mean, I told you, you cannot put out lithium fire with water, and the first thing you guys do is try to put it out with water. You guys are complete and total morons running the show. I don't get it. Do you? I mean, flat out, you don't listen to the people. You needed like a halon bomb or something to disperse all the oxygen.
I just want to make sure that I'm going to remind you right now that you're off topic, and we need you to direct comments to the agenda items and identify which item you're coming.
Stop wasting all of them because you're wasting our money on foreign operatives. You're not spending the money for us. You're giving it to other countries. Flat out. Go ahead and take a look at your thing. You give more money to other countries than you give to the people. That is bullshit. Flat out, utter bullshit. At least equal. Come on now. But fuck no. You need to do equality, I guess. Give other people all our shit.
All right, so you are off topic, and that's my first warning for you. If you're not on topic, I'm going to unfortunately not have you continue to engage. So I made it very clear a couple of times that you have to be on topic and you have to confine your comments to the agenda items. So that is your first warning, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted.
Hey, it's Consuelo. So I'm going to be speaking on 2, 3, and 5 regarding the grant funding and the healthy. I just found it funny. The guy at Children's Hospital is like talking about obesity and stuff, and it's like they still have a McDonald's near the emergency room in that same hospital. But yeah, talk about irony. It's just so funny and so ridiculous how everything is just it's a show. It's a show. Yeah, so how about I'm going to suggest that these funds go to a different kind of study, a study as to why people still believe and engage in this thing we call government when they have never done. I mean, everything that they put their hands on, it just, they destroy, including, the people's spirit and wanting to live. People are committing suicide left and right. It's just, stop. Mental health is like, gosh, and if, heaven forbid they tune into these meetings because it's like, shit, pull the trigger. It's really sad. It's really sad, and, gosh, I have a lot more to say, but I think I'll stop there before I get a warning. See ya.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle. I called in to voice my support for consent item 2 and 3. I would particularly call our attention to the staff report regarding consent item 2, which is to accept $600,000 from the California Office of Traffic Safety. And as an explanation of what they'll be doing with it, we all will be doing with that money here in the county. We would remind ourselves that the medical examiner are the ones who applied for the money, and they were asking for additional funds to help them with their drug-impaired driving grant program because they need better and more toxicology data involving motor vehicle fatalities, and they want to develop more prevention strategies. Well, I called in because I wanted to tell you about one of the really excellent prevention strategies that the parent community feels helps with reducing drug-impaired driving, and that's the Start Smart program, provided in concert with the California Highway Patrol or the sheriff. It's a premier prevention program for young people because they must attend it with their parents. And the core of the curriculum is to understand the consequences of drunk and drug-impaired driving through death and disease and disfigurement. And it's a real-time lesson for our young people. What we've noticed over the year that our high schools around this part of the county, they've had to start increasing the amount of information regarding marijuana, since this now seems to be the drug of choice when you're talking about drug-impaired driving, and its role now as it sort of increases the damage done when it's used in association with alcohol. And it has helped our young people.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on the items in the consent calendar.
Thank you. We're now going to move, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay. We're now going to move to discussion items. And I'm going to note that items 13, 15, 16 have been pulled by the author. And then also item number 17 is going to be pulled because the author of the board letter is not present, so we're going to withdraw that one. But we will be taking public comment on item 17. And before I turn it over to the public for discussion, I just want to share that on item 17, we have officially sent in a letter on behalf of the board to the governor regarding SB 43, regarding implementation, and we're on track. And so I want to just make sure that folks know that even though this particular board letter has been withdrawn, I personally sent a letter on behalf of the board to the governor asking for additional resources and very clear items, and we're happy to share that with folks as well. So, all right, with that, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment. Item 14. Right? Oh, for the presentation first? Yeah, sorry. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a presentation first on item 14.
All right. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Today we present to you the fiscal year 2023-24 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also referred to as the CAPER, for the County of San Diego's Federal Housing and Community Development Entitlement Programs. The CAPER serves as the county's report back to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, on accomplishments in HUD entitlement programs throughout the year. Through our HUD funding, the county served more than 140,000 individuals last fiscal year with increased affordable housing opportunities, services to prevent and end homelessness, enhanced community infrastructure, and housing and support for individuals with HIV/AIDS. The HUD-funded programs included in the CAPER support each of the 5 strategic domains included in the county's framework for ending homelessness. These programs also support the production of affordable units, a critical point of the county's housing blueprint. Here with me today to present are David Estrella, Director, and Kelly Sammons, Deputy Director of our Housing and Community Development Services, or HCDS. David?
Thank you, Caroline. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. The Health and Human Services Agency, Housing and Community Development Services, or HCDS, administers 4 federal entitlement programs. To administer these funds, the county develops a consolidated plan every 5 years, which strategically addresses the priorities and goals of the federal entitlement programs. Annual plans are then developed for each year of the consolidated plan as one-year subcomponents to identify specific projects to be funded and carried out during the upcoming fiscal year. Finally, a CAPER is required to be completed at the end of each program year to summarize the year's accomplishments. Today's hearing provides an opportunity for the Board of Supervisors to receive public comment on the fiscal year 23-24 CAPER. This year's CAPER has been available on the HCDS website and in HCDS's lobby since August 22nd, 2024. The CAPER and the public comment process are publicized through a public notice posted in all the county's threshold languages. These notices were posted online as well as in the Union Tribune and 6 additional general circulation publications. Also, HCDS notified more than 8,000 community stakeholders of the draft CAPER and hearing date through HCDS's email distribution. I will now pass it over to Kelly to review this year's CAPER. Kelly?
Thank you. The report marks the end of our accomplishments. HCDS administers 4 federal entitlement programs, which each have a slightly different focus. The Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, supports communities by addressing local housing and community development needs. The Home Investment Partnerships Program primarily funds the development of affordable housing and rental assistance to lower-income households. The Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG, provides direct services to persons experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness. And finally, the Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV/AIDS, or HOPWA program, provides housing and housing-related services to persons living with HIV and AIDS and their families. Together, the CDBG, Home, ESG, and HOPWA programs provided funding for homeowner rehabilitation, first-time home buyer assistance, rental housing production, emergency shelters, supportive services, and infrastructure improvements such as street rehabilitation and sidewalk accessibility improvements. In addition to annual entitlement funding, the county received an infusion of one-time resources through COVID funding that bolstered our entitlement programs this year. In fiscal year 23-24, HCDS expended more than $3 million in COVID funding, primarily to support nutrition assistance and the development of permanent affordable housing for individuals at risk of homelessness. Total, including one-time coronavirus funding, HCDS expended more than $20 million in the region in fiscal year 23-24. This slide and the next display the 4 consolidated plan goals and the annual accomplishments for each goal. The goals are increasing affordable housing opportunities, enhancing community infrastructure, preventing and ending homelessness, and providing housing and support for individuals with HIV/AIDS. Goals and accomplishments reflect HUD entitlement-funded programs only and do not include local resources, such as the Innovative Housing Trust Fund, or other federal or state funding sources, such as Section 8. Each goal is evaluated by comparing the number of individuals served by a program to its projected outcome. Through our HUD funding, the County of San Diego served a total of more than 140,000 individuals or households during 23-24. Under our affordable housing goal, federal entitlement funds aided more than 72,000 households to achieve more affordable housing opportunities or housing stability through supportive services such as nutrition assistance. Highlights include providing health and safety repairs for nearly 60 low-income homeowners. HCD also expended approximately $4.3 million towards a development that will result in 205 new affordable units. HUD programs also supported 4 new infrastructure projects, including 3 ADA accessibility improvements and 1 street rehabilitation project benefiting more than 16,000 county residents. HCDS also utilized HUD funding to support homeless prevention and housing for individuals affected by HIV/AIDS. Accomplishments include connecting more than 47,000 individuals to homeless services through resource referrals and data systems management, as well as providing shelter or rental assistance to more than 1,100 individuals at risk of homelessness. Through the HOPWA program last year, HCDS supported more than 2,500 households affected by HIV/AIDS connect to housing, services, and other resources, including 160 households supported in permanent affordable housing. Expenditures for each goal are from a combination of program funds. The requested action before you today is to hold this public hearing to receive public comment on the fiscal year 23-24 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or CAPER. This completes our presentation. We're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we have a discussion, I'm going to turn it over to the public.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. In person and 6. Also neutral. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra, Bryant Rumbaugh. Call your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So Nora left. Does that mean, pretty much what I'd like to do is I'd like to just really talk about the framework for ending homelessness. And I have my own ideas. You know, what I can say is that every one of these meetings pretty much that I've taking the time out of my day to come down here over the course of the last couple years. That has been a very consistent issue. And, you know, we can see it just on the streets. You know, we got the drug epidemics, the crises going on. You know, pretty much I just don't want to see us continue to do the same things over and expect different results. So we really need to, once again, reevaluate how it is that we handle business. You know, I did have a couple of, you guys did have a couple of call-in people who actually do actually fundamentally understand the Republican form of government. And, you know, I got to tell you something, that's a rare occurrence in today's society. And there is no way that us as Americans are actually going to live up to what is that exceptionalism that we all believe that we have until we kind of grasp our heads around that. And it does require the citizenry to be engaged. We do need to have, it's not just getting free money or supposedly free money from Washington, D.C. There's no way that me as a taxpayer, a hardworking electrician, can send money to Washington, D.C. and essentially have the same impact as it comes back and everybody gets their little take on it. You know, I know you're the CAO. You've probably learned about the Bretton Woods Agreement. You've probably learned that we have been off the gold standard. Okay, you should be aware of these things. We do need to set an example for the rest of the world. As we've been spending ourselves and leaving one hell of a legacy to our posterity, we've been doing it on the backs of other countries.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, 14 is a joke. Moreover, it's criminal. The negligence. So they're not stopping homelessness at all. They don't intend to stop homelessness. It's profitable. It's a business for their subsidiary corporation. To understand the things that would stop homelessness, people need to see these video titles on YouTube. This one, from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes. Your fifth grader would understand it. Rosa Corey started 3 minutes and 30 seconds. See all that on the UN Agenda 21 and how it's controlling our government, and it shouldn't be, and destroying our sovereignty. And this one on wealth inequality in America. Now, obviously, as I stated before, if House Resolution 8421 passes, it will never pass if most people don't know about it and say, we insist this passes, to abolish the Federal Reserve, the cause of inflation. If that doesn't get done, nothing will solve homelessness altogether. But I've already stated many times how, as an example, Todd Gloria, mayor of San Diego, wants to spend, I can't remember exactly, it's somewhere in the vicinity of $450 million over 33 years for 1,000 beds. 1,000 beds, that's a joke. I've already stated many times how for $12 million you could have 12,000 10 by 10 foot structures that are mobile. They could be on Fiesta Island, or they could go run along the border and help block the border, which is ideal with cameras and motion sensors and stuff. For another $12 million, you could have 2,600 watt electric scooters for all of them. They could be on Fiesta Island, take up a seventh of the island. It isn't being used for anything. It's surrounded like a moat. I'm out of time. Would you like to know anything more to solve the problem? No, they have no interest in solving it whatsoever. And that's for a fraction, like 24, 30 million to have 450 million.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. How cool would it be if it wasn't a business and we were actually gonna stop homelessness? That would be so cool. But it is a business, and why would you fix something if you are money laundering, right? It's good. It's good. And it's interesting. I'm wondering how many more people are needing the Hopla because they're being injected with HIV and AIDS with the bioweapons, the genocide shots, the ones that you guys promote, right, to be healthy. Let's inject people with HIV. How cool is that, right? I mean, because then you can get more money for the housing. It's so good. And then I'm just wondering, Nora, How many illegal immigrants are getting this housing? Do you know? Do you know the number? You don't. Or are you going to say that they're not getting the housing? Because they are, right? 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 Yes? Nora. Nora, why are you ignoring me? Did you lose your voice again? No? You're just going to not address that, right? Because they should get it over other people, because it's such a sensitive thing, right? Right? Yes. No. Okay. We're just going to be quiet. We're going to pretend like that's not happening. And also probably pretend like people aren't being injected with HIV, right? Right. Right. It's good to ignore those things, right? Yeah, because then we can pretend that's not actually happening. It's good.
All right, so just focus on the topic, please.
Oh, thank you. I thought your voice was gone again, so it's good to know that it's not. That's good. I mean, even though it's kind of nice when it is, because then Andrew gets to talk for you.
Next speaker, please.
Consuelo. Yeah, good report, but needs improvement. So it's just, like the previous speaker just mentioned, this is a lucrative thing. Homelessness, all this stuff is not, initially they act like it's going to be going towards the people and for the people's benefit, but in actuality, it's always for the bigger agenda and for what and who they serve. And it's not the people, because they do create all this in order for them to be homeless and, create the chaos to appear as the heroes. Broken record. Let's see. What else do I have? Homelessness is lucrative. People need to wake up. When will people wake up? I don't know. But it's time. It's time. Too many people are suffering. Too many people are becoming sick. And it's just really sad that y'all continue just to do the same thing, acting like you're doing something when you're not. So, that's all I got.
Thank you. Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Bold. It looks like a good report. It does not hide poor performance. The goal was missed. There seem to be a lot of good, or some good results, but it could be better. For instance, if you use alternative construction, like 3D printed houses, tiny houses, or shipping crate houses, I imagine these agencies could, the housing agencies, that is, could help a lot more people find housing. Look, we're spending millions that we don't really need to on traditional construction, maybe lining a few pockets, and these houses won't be finished anytime soon. On the other hand, we could build using non-traditional methods like the above, and they're quick enough that we could keep up with actual demand and not end up with a bunch of unneeded housing and more wasted money. And also, with the CJ cyanide problem, you probably are building these things in a bad place, and it would be a lot more easily moved or whatever, taken out of the way if the houses were quick builds. But anyway, getting back to the report's okay, but the subject matter really needs a lot of improvement. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Gambler here. Item number 14. Well, obviously there's a housing problem because we're like rated number, what, like 14th or maybe lower now on the number, like 10, maybe lower. I have no idea. I don't know what the new number is for the move-out states. So we obviously need new housing for the people that live here because our rent is still going up, yet more and more people, more and more San Diegans are leaving. I wonder why that is. I mean, because obviously you're spending our money on the people that are living here, not the new people showing up and giving them everything that the people who've been living here forever deserve. But no, we need to not go ahead and clean out different things that serve these lower end areas like those storm drains, let there be a flood, beg the federal government for money to solve it. But no, we don't want to go ahead and discuss that at all. We want to go ahead and say that we're doing a good job. For what reason? What evidence do I see ever coming from you guys that you serve us? You pretend we serve you. You act that way. You act like your shit don't stink. It does. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break that to you.
Justin, I'm going to ask you to please, you're off topic again. This is your second warning.
This is about spending money, citizens, you spending money on other people because we are one of the top move-out cities. Like flat, people are out every you need to build housing for who? People that don't live here? That's exactly what you're doing. Don't try to pretend you're not. Okay? They're totally on top.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, how many millions a year in people's tax dollars has the state program blown through? And how many people have been housed with those millions or billions of dollars? It's a real paper as to where the CDBG bucks, the Home Partnership pennies, the Hop Washingtons, and the ESG greenbacks have all gone to. According to the county's last few housing updates, it certainly hasn't gone to housing for low-income or extremely low-income residents. There's also been a few times that some of the county's own presentations have actually been different than information presented within the items, and there's never been an explanation as to why that was. Transparency in the housing scam is missing, just like the homes for low-income residents. The state and federal departments of housing and urban development actually need to be defunded for making unfunded and unrealistic demands to the states and counties with the threat of extortion fees. When our local representatives had questions about the nonsense RENA housing quotas with the head of HUD, Gustavo Velasquez, the coward no-showed everybody. Why should the county even try to implement any of their demands when these people refuse to even justify the garbage they come up with? The result of all this housing trade has made the price of all housing increase exponentially, especially single-family homes, and all the ADU and other stackifies getting all the state and county incentives to be built has been to the benefit of big corporate developers like Blackstone and BlackRock. The mass exodus from California means the time for this housing shortage scam is coming to an end. It's time to walk away from unsustainable policies that haven't worked. California's housing future is for my generation to not settle for less than all of your guys' generations had access to. Single-family homes, cars, full grocery stores, American-made products, the American dream. But if you want a positive, a tangible temporary success, you guys use county tax dollars to pay for hotel vouchers for those outside your jurisdiction whose homes have been flooded and whose lives have been abandoned by their disrespectful government. Unfortunately, that favor will never be returned for county residents by the city of San Diego. But truly good deeds are not done for returns, just like funding is not done for results. Hence this item. Yeah.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and this is for Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. You know, we never got our full financial justice of the CCDC, Civic San Diego, former redevelopment agency, now the City of San Diego successor agency. And one thing on your Capers report I do want to mention is that, you know, you talk about how much money you gave to a project. What I always want to say is what is the cost per unit for each individual unit? You know, did you give like 100,000, but per unit, the unit cost, the total cost was 700,000 per unit or $1 million? I don't know. So I think if you could always put down the total cost for each of the projects from all funding sources, that would give me more information. So anyway, you know, there is so much opportunity to get justice that we never had. For example, you know, in the city of San Diego for the HUD Community Development Block Grant Program income, through political will, we got an extra $240 million because the redevelopment agency actually stole money for the poor and it invested it in private luxury condos and hotels. But we're getting back a lot of that money, but what we're not getting back is the 7% annual interest on that $220 or $240 million. That is probably even larger than $240 million. Plus, we never got justice for the 10,000 affordable housing units that were destroyed. I believe that you can come up with an agreement with HUD and then put it on the ROP so that we could have 10,000 affordable housing units that were destroyed through the redevelopment. A lot of people think redevelopment ended, but as you see on the law, the redevelopment laws are still there until we take care of all our debt. This debt of the 10,000 affordable housing units that were destroyed.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right. So first and foremost, thank you to the team for the presentation. And I have a couple of questions, not a couple of questions, but I just want to ask a question. First and foremost, I really appreciate the work that's been done, and I really think this is exactly how we're supposed, how we're supposed to be doing our work, which is a long-term planning process. And I understand that all of these programs, the entitlement programs, we're monitoring and we're trying to figure out what the next steps are. But so I think it was a year or two ago, I introduced the Office of Economic Prosperity and Community Development. So community development was a key component there. That office is now turned into the Office of Economic Development and under Government Affairs. So I want to make sure that we don't forget the piece of community development, which was really the reason why I created Economic Prosperity and Community Development. I think that's the work you're doing anyway, but I just want to make sure that we emphasize that, and that when we're thinking about economic prosperity and community development, we're thinking about specifically these types of programs and really thinking about what that looks like. To me, what are the activities that predominantly benefit lower income residents as well, so that we're not thinking about programs in isolation about we're going to provide just a service, but we're thinking about it as a bigger perspective blueprint of how do we make sure people get out of poverty, right? I don't know that that's not the level of thinking about we're going to build wealth just yet, but I think it's the first initial step to really thinking about what else could we do and how do we partner. And I believe that this county is doing a much better job of not working in isolation and in silos, and so I appreciate that, and I know under the leadership of our new CAO, that's a top priority. But I think that's critical, number one, and number two, if you read, you all read this, but I think specifically as it says, particularly to aid those unincorporated counties or smaller cities that traditionally did not have access to as many funding sources as larger cities. And so as I'm thinking about Spring Valley, as I'm thinking about, I know people think of Bonita, I think there's a lot of resources, but the truth is that there is a large population of folks in Bonita that are still under, in the poverty rate as well. People think Bonita, I think only millionaires live there. It's not true. I mean, there's a lot of work community people workers who really need access to resources as well. And so I want to make sure it says here, provide tailored interventions, meal nutrition, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to make sure all of it is looked at in a holistic way. And I know that we're getting to the end of it, right? 2025 was the whole plan, but I feel like we've been able to introduce board letters. We've done a lot of other different work, and for me, and I'm sure Supervisor understand also supports this component of the unincorporated areas. I mean, that's one of our top priorities, and we've got to make sure that those services are getting there. So thank you for all the work and for the direction that this is heading and for providing the information to all of us. And I do want to figure out if you could just on the record tell me sort of how you partner up with the Office of Economic Development, and then with that, I'm happy to make a motion as well to support.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Vargas. So and as David and the team noted, the full name of their department is Housing and Community Development Services. And while this is our report required to the federal government just for the HUD-funded programs, there are also other services that HCDS provides that are more community in nature with a variety of funding streams. And so we visit your board several times a year, but there's other funding streams that support exactly the types of initiatives and programs that you're talking about. In addition, we work with the Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs to help support the work that they do on their CEDS, their Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, specifically looking at how we can help the unincorporated area and, as you mentioned, those smaller cities. The whole reason the CEDS was created was to help provide that opportunity to access federal funds for our region that hadn't been able to tap into it before. So we work closely with the team in EDGA to make sure that all of the outcomes of our programs align and support each other.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for all the work that goes into it. I was wanting to ask a question about the number of people served, and you did provide additional details to my office about that. I think what the CAPER report says is that 74,310 individuals received public services over the last fiscal year. And generally, with these types of reports, I always think it's important to break that number down based on the types of services that people have received. And some people go all the way down to receiving assistance finding a transitional home. Some people receive assistance with regard to just getting information about where they can go, right? And so I think for us to be able to measure impact, it's good for us to break that number down. So if you could, just for the public, kind of break down what that 74,000 or so people being served means.
Through the chair, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, thank you so much, and we'll have Kelly Sammons take that question for you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Supervisor. So the 74,000 represents almost 71,000 households receiving nutrition assistance, nearly 2,000 families in HOPWA-supported housing services, including moving assistance, additional nutritional assistance, healthcare services, and case management. Over 1,000 clients connected to 211 for additional information and referrals. 121 residents who were experiencing homelessness being connected with shelter and outreach coordination. 111 residents were provided healthcare vocational training through San Ysidro Health. 89 residents were provided with fair housing counseling services. 60 seniors were provided with housing navigation services, transportation to medical appointments, food resources, and other services. And another 40 transition-age youth received services through court-appointed special care advocates, or CASAs.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Of these, how many people do we follow up with, or kind of see where they end up based on our referrals? Do any of the, like CASA, do we work with them to see the trajectory of the 40 transition-aged youth to see kind of how they're doing, or are they involved in other county programs that we support, or in the foster care system?
Mm-hmm. Depending on the service being provided, and I can check in specifically on CASA for you, but depending on the service being provided, as mentioned, some is case management, so it's a longer-term relationship, while other things such as food assistance looks like someone visiting the food bank or something along that line.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people, so I know that we probably don't keep up with all of them, but just for those that are specific to the services that we provide as a county, it would be good to just measure impact to make sure that how we're spending the dollars is we're getting a return based on impacting people's lives in the way that I think we intend to. The only other question I had was about the consolidated plan process overall. I know there's quite a bit of community outreach. What does that look like, and are we entering a season where we're beginning that again to go to the next consolidated plan season, so to speak?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We are in the thick of it in creating our next 5-year consolidated plan. We've had several community outreach events already earlier this year, several in person and virtual, as well as a variety of surveys and engagement activities on the Engage San Diego page to seek feedback from the community. And we will be back here to your board in October to approve the strategy for the next consolidated plan.
Okay, that helps, and if there's any information we can get out to, I saw one of the cities was Lemon Grove, that is a part of the service geographic model. So, and of course, the part of Spring Valley that I now have in my district, along with Casa de Oro and Rancho San Diego, we would love to get the word out to them so that they can be a part of those sessions. So thank you for all the work, and I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
All right, seeing no additional comments, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, item 17 was withdrawn, but I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Item 17 has been withdrawn because it was brought forward by Supervisor Desmond and he is absent. Speakers can address the withdrawal, but again, the board will not be taking any action on the item or discussing the item. So again, speakers, please keep your comments limited to the withdrawal. We have 9 requests to speak on this item. 3 in person, 6 requesting to speak by phone. I'll note that we received 3 e-comments in opposition. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 17 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. They are all in opposition. As their name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite allegedly Audra, Mark, and Consuelo. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
My person uses the name Audra. Good thing this is withdrawn. Where's Jim, though? It's like, did you think he was going to show up and then he just didn't? This is a very scary thing, and in fact, it should be used on you guys because we shouldn't be calling something voluntary when it's a court-ordered action that people then have to go and basically be put away and medicated however you guys want, because it just opens the door to saying, like, you know, the people here, you could say they have some kind of behavioral health issue or whatever, and then you basically lock them up. And so it's dangerous, especially with the way that you guys treat the public. And you know, demonize, just coming forward and even wanting to redress you guys, which we're your boss, actually, and you guys act like we're your servants, when in fact you're the servants. And so, yeah, this is dangerous because, Nora, are you paying attention? Nora, you're not going to pay attention? Do you have other business to do? You don't like to listen to the people, right? Right. Last week it took you, or 2 weeks ago, it took you 1.5 minutes to realize that I was talking to Joel.
Audra, I'm going to inform you that you're off topic. Please stay on topic. That's your first warning.
Oh my gosh, I'm on topic. Nora, this is on topic. You weren't even listening anyway. So, I mean, does it really matter? I don't know. I just think we do need funding and resources if it's going to be you guys that this will be used against. Okay? So as long as that happens, I consent to that money being spent to put you guys in a loony bin. All right, thanks.
Next speaker, please. Again, please keep your comments limited to the withdrawal of the item.
Consuelo. So I just wanted to reiterate for the people who are watching about SB 43, and that is a California law governing involuntary detention treatment and conservatorship of the people with behavioral health conditions. So basically, it's like anybody can deem anybody with having a behavioral health issue, and this is like where it's really dangerous. And San Diego, you need Californians Americans, you need to start paying attention because, I mean, at this point, if somebody of, you know, who's in an authoritarian position could deem you crazy and you're totally speaking legit stuff, you know, you're basically done. So this sucks. And it's just more stuff, and they move incrementally to act like they're doing it on behalf of the people and our safety and our well-being, but like everything else, just like this Tijuana River stuff and everything else that they touch or they don't touch and they neglect, it's all purposeful. It's all by design. It's all seamlessly orchestrated, and people need to really start getting why these people here at these meetings speak so nice to each other and thank you and thank you and thank you, because in actuality, you have to be this way because you're ramming it up the asses of these tax-paying citizens. So be mindful of their behavior and why they do the things they do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, in regards to SB 43, people need to see this video on YouTube. And I'll tell you why here in a moment. Here's some times to make it easier to pinpoint different topics and something that's 2 or 3 hours long. So basically, SB 43, it's about conservatorship, and it takes, now before, to declare conservatorship on someone, you basically had to say that they were a danger to themselves or others, or that well, that was the main criteria, or that they couldn't even house and feed and clothe themselves. People would actually go to court that had been under conservatorship and would prove that to a judge to get their rights back. Now they're changing it so that a homeless person, and I've actually heard women in absolute terror saying that they're afraid of Todd Gloria's 1,000-bed system. They said, I'd rather be homeless on the street than stay with 1,000 people like that. They're actually scared. And under this new law or policy, whatever it is, Senate bill, these people would have no choice. They'd be declared a danger to themselves that they're making themselves homeless. And then a psychiatrist, perhaps a complete nut who just wants to drug everyone, or, I mean, we have doctors who want to give trans surgery to 3-year-olds. There's, and this whole video, The Minds of Men, was about lunatic psychiatrists. We have a big history of them in the U.S. And they'll be under the purview of people possibly like that, who will be drugging them for the pharmaceutical industry. It's a very dangerous precedent to set. Shouldn't happen ever.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Again, please keep your comments to the withdrawal of item 17.
All bold. This is a good idea, especially if it's used on people like you who submit half-baked ideas for a vote. But I don't know why Jim needs to be here. This is one of the examples of the dangers of an unfunded mandate. The state gave you a request or a requirement, no funds, but you have no funds in reserve to complete this, or complete it properly like I suggested. In any case, a letter requesting funds would be appropriate, and it's essentially part of the process, although the primary recipient is the Commission on State Mandates and not whoever you said. you should read the law fully. SB 43 says in Section 7, and I hope Jim got the message, if the Commission on State Mandates determines that this act contains costs mandated by the state, reimbursement to local agencies and school districts for those costs shall be made pursuant to Part 7 of Division 4 of Title II of the Government Code, commencing with Section 17500. And I think that the state should have foreseen this request and advanced funds. Thanks.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Gambler here. I am completely not surprised Jim is not here. He loves to talk shit, but when it comes to actually doing something, nowhere to be seen. Now, regards to this measure, oh my God, I bet you guys cannot wait to vote yes on this. That way, through those false claims that you have that stupid-ass restraining order from, which is a double-edged sword, I hope you understand that, is you would try to use that to get me locked up. What? Because I called you a female equivalent to a dick. I'm sorry. I didn't understand the new woke definition of what that meant. I've never seen it. I've looked all over ever since that court order to find anywhere where that would state that. But, you know, you guys could go ahead and do what you want to do, regardless of the laws.
This is your second warning. You are off topic.
No. I'm on topic because this has to do with the fact that you want to lock up people based off of your points of view, not anything else.
This is specifically to a letter regarding for additional resources for SB 43. That letter actually has been pulled, so we're not voting on it. But if you go ahead and just focus on your direct comments on the agenda item, please.
Okay, so other people could go in and talk about that issue, but since you guys want to lock me up for that issue, I'm not allowed to talk about it? Okay, I understand your hypocrisy. I'm sorry, I don't talk woke. I'm sorry. At all. So let me go ahead and talk about the dismissal of yada, yada, yada. Why Jim is not here. Jim is not a real politician in my point of view. He loves to talk. He's just like
All right,
Amy.
so that's your third warning. You're off topic. Thank you very much.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. What I wanted to talk today is the reason why we're here. The reason why we're here is Mayor Todd Gloria. What Mayor Todd Gloria is doing is taking his, it used to be the city of San Diego was in charge of housing for the homeless and the county was in charge of behavioral health. But what Todd Gloria did was go ahead and get these law changes because what's going to happen is he's moving all the homeless issue and the drug issue and basically, you know, all the issues from a city of San Diego problem to a county of San Diego problem. So he just literally threw everything.
Catherine, I'm going to ask you to please stay on topic. SB 43 is specifically to asking you for additional resources from the governor. I know you have opinions about the mayor. Totally understand that. But if you could just focus specifically on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And so anyway, where was I? Let me get to my thing. I just got discombobulated anyway. So anyway, I believe that the main reason why Golden Hall is going to be closed, the tents are going to be closed, there's going to be another 1,000 people that now you, the county, are going to be responsible for under this SB 43 is because back in 2020, AB 32 banned new contracts for private prisons. Those contracts are literally running out at the end of the year, right in time for SB 43 to take all the homeless people, I guess 1,000 homeless people that are going to be kicked out of Golden Hall and Balboa Park, and then it's your responsibility. And then before you, please try to actually have housing first before you actually put them into these private prisons. Somebody never had the opportunity to have housing first, or if they were doing great at Golden Hall, try not to just put them into prison because now they're home and they're poor.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to yourself. Give me a second. If you need to have conversations, please step out of the room. This is your first warning. Go ahead.
Truth, go ahead.
Okay, I hope you restarted that time. You know who I am. Okay, so I actually am just gonna talk off the top of my head because I'm gonna save the last speech. I'm gonna copy paste it for a future meeting because Jim refuses to show up to do his job. And so conservatorship, this is something that Republicans and Democrats, they both agree on because they love clean streets. They want it to look like they've actually achieved something. It's something they agree on. Republicans and Democrats partnered up together. You know how they like to pretend they're on different teams, but they actually do the same thing, no matter who's in office, every single year in campaign season. So I understand Jim wanting all this money and you guys going to vote yes at some future date for the system that locks people up, puts them on drugs. And you know, your county health, whatever he is, Bergman, director of BS, if I'm not mistaken, when he was at the Sandag Public Safety Committee, he described these programs very well. And so let's just hear what he has to say about it.
This is the crisis stabilization. I'm not kidding and I'm not exaggerating. It feels like a day stop, like places I used to spend hundreds of dollars for like birthday presents to send my wife. It's entirely a locked facility. This is an enigma wrapped in a ham sandwich or something.
So how many billions are going to be wasted on the enigma wrapped in a ham sandwich? Is this the best the county can offer with $51 million of people's tax money? However, I don't know if Jim or anyone else considered the fact that the state is in debt. There's not going to even be this money. However, we know how they get fiat funny money printed up all the time for all kinds of pet projects. So maybe it'll still happen. It'll come out of thin air and we'll all pay. Well, guess what? More inflation, more homelessness, more people to sweep up and lock up, put on drugs, right? Never.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on item 17.
All right, we're going to go, before we go to item number 18, I just want to remind folks who probably didn't hear that this at the beginning, but Supervisor Desmond is actually ill. That's why he's not here today. And that was mentioned in the record at the beginning of the meeting. All right, next item on the agenda is item number 18. We will move to that item, issuance of revenue obligations by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the benefit of EDCO Waste and Recycling Services. I'm going to go ahead and turn it to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 8 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 18 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite allegedly Audra, Brian Rumbaugh, Mark, and Consuelo. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. And again, please stay on topic. This is item 18, which is related to an issuance of revenue obligation bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the benefit of EDCO Waste and Recycling Services. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Mark. So I don't have a lot to say about this. I did look up EDCO there, and obviously there's a corporation, LLC, several different subsidiary corporations or companies. It seems to be a family-owned business. I do not know how much money this family makes from this, and I'm not against people being generally well off, although I do think that in our capitalist system, there should be a cap. I don't think there should be people with $150 billion while other people are homeless. That's just whacked. And that goes back to wealth inequality in America, that video I held up before, and what the ideal wealth distribution would be. But that being said, I don't know what this family makes off this, but since this and all of the other corporations that are hired by our supervisors in our county to do necessary work that's a constant in our community, there's a difference between making a good living and just getting filthy rich. I don't know if this family is or not. I didn't look up their net worth or anything like that. But I find quite often in government, partnering with corporations, people are getting just filthy rich. And in fact, there's companies like BlackRock and such that invest in many of the companies that are hired to do our garbage collection and such. And that's a crime. You could have people making a very nominal amount to handle these types of things. They're consistent. We use them all the time at many other businesses. So people, please consider that. You're being ripped off, probably.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So I went ahead and did my best in really trying to learn as much about this item. I do understand that it doesn't really affect us financially. You know, what I will say is I was looking at the, kind of what the goal is to upgrade to more of these stipulations, converting to natural gas, these vehicles, getting away from diesel. What I will say is to kind of go off of what Mark just said is it is very true. People that work for the counties, believe it or not, I actually have done plenty of work for the brother that owns that company, and yeah, they are well off, and I do support them, and they're actually an honest, hardworking people. They actually have the contract for San Bernardino County. And what I will say again is when we look at the government getting into and forcing for this green objective, moving away from already, which is a renewable fuel, and going to compressed natural gas, which there's a lot of negatives to compressed natural gas as well. One of them being that those tanks, per the state of California, they actually need to be re-evaluated. I believe they have pretty much an 8 or 10 year lifespan. And then it's a major surgery. Meanwhile, in this society that we live in, and I noticed that the next agenda item is once again the war on oil, or really what it boils down to, guys, is the war on energy. Okay, because a long time ago, the Rockefeller Foundation did do a report on how is it that we had such a strong middle class in America when the black men that were so proud. And you're talking about a demographic that the husbands stayed together. They wore suits on the weekends. And this is not a racial thing. It was a middle class. Man.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. So how cool would it be if recycling actually worked too, right? If that wasn't just a big ol' money laundering scam, right? Right? That would be cool. Huh, Nora? Why are you ignoring me?
I'm going to ask you to stay on topic. That's all I'm asking. I'm waiting for you to be on topic. That's all I'm doing.
Great. That is on topic, because recycling is a scam. We pay all this money to do it, and in reality, it's not even really happening. And it's interesting because, with your whole Green Deal, it makes you wonder, these trucks are pretty bad at pollution, right? And so I'm wondering when we're going to do electric ones. Is that going to be coming soon? Or perhaps we're just not going to use those trucks anymore, and then we don't have to pay to pretend to recycle? That would be good. Wouldn't it be cool? It'd be really cool if we just quit lying to the people and saying, this is what's happening when it really isn't. Because that's what tends to be the name of the game. right? Just like these trucks probably don't smell, right? I don't know, Nora, you say things that's like, it may smell bad, but it's safe. So it's cool. Like, I like, that you guys just show people your true colors, because that's the way they can see exactly what's going on. And if we realize that we're being lied to on a massive level, it goes into this whole recycling shenanigans. It's just another way to launder money. It's great. It's good, right? Just putting money in people's pockets. Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's nice. Too bad it's a scam, but that's all right, as long as people make money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm a little confused. Are these, Consuelo, are these bonds to sue Edco? Hello? Anyone?
Please focus on your comments.
I am. I'm asking a question.
This is not a time for discussion, so please focus on your comments.
Okay.
If you
so
have
I'm
any
not
specific
sure if
questions,
this
feel free to
is. I
direct
just
them
don't want to be
to
off
our
topic
meetings.
and get kicked out.
No, it's okay.
So,
I'm just informing you how can you put the time on hold?
Okay.
So just a reminder, you have a right to come and speak, give your opinion. If you have any specific questions or comments that you need feedback from any of your supervisors, feel free to reach out to our office or to the CA's office.
Hey, I reached out to see if you were okay. You never reached back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good.
Never got it.
Anyways, ask Claudia. So, so let's see. If this is, in fact, to authorize bonds or funds to sue them, I don't know. I'm happy with Edco. My husband will disagree, but I think they do a good job. And let's see. Also, I just, I guess I'm unsure about this, so I'll end there. Oh, Edco's borrowing. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I'm done.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
All bold. As I say, you are here for the people of this county and not to validate dam requests or revenue obligations. A lot of the reviews I read said that EDCO did not pick up the trash as contract said, like Republic Services, and had poor customer service. I would go slow on this. Authorize bonds for one or two places, a lot less than $63 million, and see if that goes well. And, $63 million plus interest payments is not a small change. Wherever the money comes from, it's all our tax. And so let's not waste it. That's all I have to say about EDCO. Thanks.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
In truth, EDCO would like $63.5 million in debt obligations loans. Does that mean trash services will go up in price later on? That's garbage. What rubbish? This item needs to be scrapped because it's inevitable. If they're using these millions to buy buildings, refurbish buildings, buy new cars, new trucks, new trailers, new yards, new facilities, new carts, new bins, and new machines, all of this is going to come right back. So to answer the question about electric trash trucks, no, they're not coming anytime soon because they're inefficient and expensive. Hence why they're going to be using natural gas vehicles. It also goes to show how much money EDCO is making off people paying their trash bills if they can actually afford to pay back $63.5 million in a loan within a reasonable amount of time. Maybe they should have been recycling some of that extra money as savings to their customers. And what's going on at their Fallbrook location that they need $16 million to fix it up? That's 16 times the money going to their Spring Valley location. Sounds like wasteful spending. But I know Joel supports this item because he likes to eat junk food that amounts to trash. EDCO is a requirement for that. I think this loan should be denied by the county if there's no guarantee that people's trash bills won't immediately and permanently keep increasing right after this money begins to be spent by EDCO. It doesn't matter if various stakeholder cities and public-private partnerships with EDCO have given them awards or not. That does not help anyone who pays their bills. I also think the California Enterprise Development Authority should be dismantled because they are encouraging debt and enabling big monopolistic corporations to rake in bigger and bigger profits at the expense of the average struggling resident. I'm also concerned that if there's any leftover money from the $991 in unanticipated revenue by the approval of this item, that it won't just go to paying for various staff, like it says, but that it may also go to enabling Joel to keep eating junk food and texting food porn during these meetings. And this is what it leads to.
There's a difference between the chicken and the pig when it comes to breakfast.
It's just confusing when we talk about.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right. With that, I'm happy to go ahead and make a motion. Is there a second? Second. All right. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is item 19, protecting San Diegans from the impacts of the big oil industry. Supervisor, would you prefer public comments first or your comments? Okay, so why don't we go ahead and have public comment first, and then we're going to go ahead and turn it over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 13 requests to speak on item 19, 5 in person, and 8 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 20 e-comments, 17 in favor and 2 in opposition. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 19 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition to this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand in the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'd like to invite forward the following first 3 individuals, allegedly Audra, Oliver Twist, and Brian Rumbaugh. I've called your name. Please come forward. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
My person uses the name Audra. How cool would it be if this wasn't a scam too? It's like you guys are 0 for 10, whatever, 10 for whatever. Yeah, it's sad because oil is actually the blood of the earth. It's an abundant resource. One of the things you guys got to control the people, right? Because if you can't control the people, you can't put them in a 15-minute city. UN in the house, right? United Nations, sustainability, all that. It's great. I'm wondering, like, how you're going to deal with the products or resources that petroleum gives you. How many are you wearing clothing that actually is made from that? How many items do you use that are made from that? What are we going to do? Are we just going to ban everything, right? It's cool. It's cool. It's just like water, right? Oh, we're in a drought. We're going to have to give you back your own sewage. It's the only way to do it, right? Yeah. Nora, I'm just wondering because, like, your gas guzzler that you just got with our money, how cool is that? You used to have a hybrid, and now we got a gas guzzler, so I'm wondering if that is going to also get out of here. Are you going to spend some more money to get an electric vehicle? I don't know, right? Because the plan is for us to just walk and bike everywhere, take public transit, right? Because then at least we're going to save the planet. I love how you guys just, work so hard to bring in the United Nations agenda. It's good. You're good little puppets. So nice, right? So maybe you should practice what you preach, Nora, and get rid of that vehicle. Because it's really a big problem, and we gotta, protect San Diegans.
Thank you.
And you're not doing that.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. Audra is actually correct. This is a complete scam. Oil is actually a pretty much renewable resource. It is carbon-based. What I can tell you is if you really wanted to learn about that term fossil fuels, real simple, open up on your smartphone YouTube, type in Fletcher, just like the guy that, loved his wife so much that he cheated on her, your former chairperson here, and then fossil, Fletcher plus fossil. You'll see Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty discussing how the term fossil fuels was brought into the mainstream. So a bunch of lemmings could essentially, write it and praise to it as the war on the middle class that causes poverty for every demographic of every race all across the world, the consolidation of leaving us in a position where we think we need to print our way into prosperity. Okay, do that Google search. Why don't you learn about the Ogle carburetor, where he pressurized an internal combustion engine like her gas guzzler that gets whatever, I'm guessing 12, 15 miles to the gallon. If that was burning vapor as opposed to actual liquid fuel, guess what? Your gas guzzler would then get 100 miles to the gallon. They killed that man. Learn about Stanley Meyer, who created the hydrocarbon, allowing him to retrofit a air-cooled buggy motor burning hydrocarbons, which is the same combustible element that we use in gasoline, and travel, I think, from Ohio to New Mexico on 4 gallons of water. Okay?
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person, Mark and Consuelo. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, Oliver Twist here. First of all, I am concerned about, and I've expressed a concern about the county budget and how the trajectory and it's growing exponentially, and then also the proclivity now after the opioid settlement to see these deep pockets as your next big cash cow to go fishing for and milk. So I also do want to say that climate change is real. It's historically cyclical. What is really the question is how much of it is attributed to anthropogenic or man-made causes. A lot of your argumentation in this documentation is questionable. For example, you talk about wildfires, but many of our local ones are actually migrant and transient driven. And again, I'm asking for a dashboard to start tracking the causes of these fires. Also, the nearby Trabuco fire that's burning right now up in Orange County, that was actually caused by preventive maintenance equipment trying to prevent it. And then we have the historic Cedar fire that was man-made, caused by a lost hunter who set a signal fire. And yet all of these fires will be used in the narrative to drive the narrative of climate change. Next, we have bluff collapse. And in doing some research, I researched, this is Lake Michigan. This article was written in 2019, and what really jumped out at me is before the climate change narrative took hold, that climate change isn't even mentioned once in this article. It seems 2020 was really the year that grabbed. So again, a little bit more science into that. Lastly, the Santa Ana River watershed documented. They did cloud seeding in January. If you want to talk about the historic storms and their effect on San Diego County, I would appreciate you to actually looking at litigation against the Santa Ana watershed as a possible source of revenue instead of big oil that fuels our comfort, safety, and mobility. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
It wasn't Claudia, it was Paloma. Anyway. Okay, so with that being said, yes, Consuelo here to piggyback off of what Oliver Twist just said regarding these fires that took place. There's so many stories of so many things that will contribute to the narrative. For one example is I was at a Out of Touch event with a bunch of people who were just completely out of touch. And this very wealthy woman mentioned how she used to own a ranch out in New Mexico and how she lost her ranch due to a wildfire. And the fact is that, you know, she mentioned that her husband said how he said he didn't understand why, in fact, you know, they started this controlled fire when the winds were up. So it's kind of like, I'm looking at my friend who I'm with at this event, like, do these people not get it? It's all by design. The winds were up, and that's why they had these controlled fires, and it went out of control. Anyways, okay, what else? Yeah, we are the carbon they want to reduce. It's just so funny. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Next speaker, please.
So as Mary said, Mark, by the way, climate change is real, but it is by far mostly not caused by human beings. In fact, it's really obvious. Just yesterday, all you have to do is step out of the shade and to realize the incredible immense heat of the sun. Solar cycles are the main thing that cause changes in climate, always have been. This isn't my opinion. The most reputable scientists in the world and climatologists are saying this. John Coleman of KOSI, this is a title you can see on YouTube. He was Meteorologist of the Year. It's the highest award they can give by the Meteorological Society. And he also helped found the Weather Channel and weather.com. Anyway, he clearly says this is a scam. There are other people, I don't have the title here, but if you will look up William Happer, Happer is H-A-P-P-E-R. Happer is an American physicist who has specialized in the study of atomic physics, optics, and spectroscopy. Professor of Physics Emeritus at Princeton University, longtime member of the Jason Advisory Group, where he pioneered the development of adaptive optics. Happier served as director of the Department of Energy's Office of Science as part of the George H.W. Bush administration. Just incredible, this guy's resume. And you can look up William Happer, climate change, or global warming, and see that he knows it's wrong too. Lord Monckton, Scottish Lord, doesn't have to help the people at all. It screwed him. His father was in the House of Lords. He didn't get permitted, probably because he disagrees with us. A global governance needs an excuse to override everything globally, all the laws and countries' policies. This is the excuse for global governance. Many other examples.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Paul LeBold. The resolution itself seems harmless enough, but my advice would be to hold off until we find out more. The pollution problem has been going on, and California has also known about it for years, whether or not since Rachel Carson in the 60s or Al Gore in the 90s. Also, it is somewhat unclear what the actual oil company letters will be interpreted as saying. And as Otter pointed out, there's a lot more than just oil industry air pollution at stake here. Not sure whether this would actually take our clothes away or something. And as far as, man-made pollution, yeah, it's a scam. I mean, all the volcanoes and earth movements and stuff going on. I mean, it's kind of, kind of weird to say that, man must have stepped in and made all these huge changes at some point. I mean, what are we? Anyway, I certainly do not favor getting embroiled in a dispute with unknown facts, and that could cost more time and effort than it's really worth.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, Chair Vargas and supervisors. My name is Karina Gonzalez, and I am the Deputy Director with Human Climate Solutions Foundation. Big oil companies have spent decades profiting from fossil fuels, knowing full well the damage they were inflicting on our planet, but continue to do so to increase their profits. They've misled the public, lobbied against climate action, and obstructed the transition to affordable and renewable energy. This resolution is a great first step, but it's not enough. We need elected representatives that demand transparency, implement stronger environmental regulations, and ensure fossil fuel companies pay their fair share to fund climate solutions. I would like to thank Vice Chair Lawson-Remer for her leadership on this important issue and urge the rest of the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Ali Mariko Dressel, and I am the Climate Justice Policy Coordinator for Climate Action Campaign. As a local advocacy organization, we fight day in and day out to protect communities from the biggest impacts and damages that the fossil fuel industry has done for generations. And when it comes to climate justice, it's critical that we cut to the source of fossil fuel pollution and hold the biggest corporate polluters accountable, which is why we are in full support of this resolution to support Attorney General Rob Bonta's efforts to not only identify the damage that big oil has done, but also take that legal and financial responsibility to amend the decades of deception and damage. So we applaud Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer's office for highlighting this opportunity for justice, and we stand in solidarity not only with Supervisor Lawson-Remer, but with all the communities who have been unjustly impacted by the climate crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. The next caller is Gabriela Sosa. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller.
Kevin Stevenson, I am in support of item 19 because big oil has been getting away with price gouging us for too long. They use, quote, regulation, unquote, as a talking point to excuse having to price gouge people when in actuality, these companies have been making tremendous profits off of our backs. And unfortunately, they have paid off elected officials like Jim Desmond, who conveniently is not there today. He's probably in a meeting with the CEO of ExxonMobil right now, for all we know. But anyways, yeah, so to all the right-wingers complaining about this item, I mean, are you in favor with big oil just charging us whatever they want? You can blame California government all you want, and a lot of Republicans push this talking point of, oh, well, the companies only price gouge people in California, and they don't price gouge people anywhere else. That's not true at all. Big oil has been price gouging people, not just in every state in the country, but they've been gouging people all over the world. You think gas is expensive here? Go to Europe. Go to any European country. The cost of oil over there is so much more than it is here in America. And that's not because of their policies. That's because of this thing called OPEC, which is the literal cartel, that's what the C means, is a literal cartel that determines oil prices on an international scale. So blaming the California government for gas prices being higher it's nonsense. You can blame the gas tax all you want, but at the end of the day, big oil is the entity that is screwing all of us.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and thank you for my supervisor, Tara Lawson-Reamer, for bringing this forward. It's a great idea. I also want to tell you another great idea in order to, let's say, if you ever wanted to actually stop offshore oil drilling in San Diego County. So the way that San Francisco, Florida Keys, Hawaii, President Obama for Hawaii, how they stopped oil drilling in those areas was through creating a national marine sanctuary through NOAA. And so anyway, I talked to some NOAA people, and they seem very interested in it. So I would like for your office to call me back so that I could show you the opportunities for national marine sanctuary status and how it could stop oil drilling. So, you know, I know that for San Francisco, way back in the day, when they said, how are you going to stop the oil drilling off our coast? Because, you know, it's happening in like the Los Angeles area. So they wrote all the different laws and threw into the law that you can't have oil drilling in national marine sanctuaries. And so you know, one of the last things President Obama did before he left office is he turned the whole entire state of Hawaii into a national, basically one or two national marine sanctuaries. And so nobody could ever drill in Hawaii, like the whole state. In California, we currently have from Bodega Bay, so north of San Francisco, to Cambria, which is kind of right there in the middle of like Thurish. That whole entire area is a national marine sanctuary. There's like 4 of them all put together. So what I'm requesting that you do in order to stop for the future, and you need this, you know, going into the...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippitt. Petroleum-based products impact every aspect of our economy. We are reducing reliable, affordable, abundant, sustainable, and distributable energy and trying to replace it with so-called green energy projects that will be unreliable, unsustainable, and unaffordable. During the heavy rains, electric vehicles will not be reliable. During heavy rains, school buses had to be shut down and replaced with gasoline-powered buses in order to pick up children. The increased risk of power surges leads to overload, and local distribution systems in California and its energy companies redirected upgrading current power systems to accommodate more electric vehicles and charging stations when they should have spent money to bury their power lines, as electricity companies have been promised to taxpayers for years. Utility companies now shut off power during high winds and excessive heat. Excessive heat is problematic, and these burdens are heaviest on our lowest income communities. As usual, this policy needs to be looked at from both sides. I can understand evolving to different forms of energy. However, you have to do it slowly to make sure that you are recognizing the changes in technology that will make many of the solar and wind farms obsolete before they're even finished. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, this item doesn't have much information. Everybody knows why, right?
We just sit here and have theater all day. Sit up here, we do theater like all day long.
Tara, what are fossil fuels? Are you telling everyone that you believe in the conspiracy theory that oil comes from old dinosaur bones? That's crazy. Oil is a naturally occurring substance from the earth. There's also reference to the Socialist Foreign Agency, the United Nations, whose charter was written by communist Alfred Hiss. I'm sure you know that, Tara, having worked for the UN. The goal is not change, centralized government control of all resources on the planet, including control of the humans on it. Tara Cedar claims that some companies have engaged in misleading information. Takes one to know one. The county is the biggest perpetrator of misleading information that I have seen locally. Then there's a claim that everything's resulted in climate change harms across the state of California. So no other states then? Sounds like oil and gas somehow only picks California. Is that how we ended up with all that sewage at our southern border too? Because the next paragraph has the audacity to refer to gases at this time of toxic gases directly harming county residents. Harry, you also mentioned impact of health, air pollution, and damage to natural resources in our communities. And you're pretending to be worried about oil, while South Bay residents are actually suffering the negative effects of free trade fascism. Misplaced priorities at best, and more likely, misguided election season political theater at worst. All you care about is collecting another check from Bonsa's frivolous lawsuit against Exxon to fund your toxic green agenda. While we really are going to have displacement, loss of homes and livelihoods, not because of oil companies, but because of your science denial about non-recyclable solar panels and cancer-causing battery energy storage fire. Tara, you need to be hit with a lawsuit for your decades of self-deception. Dump another Tara political theater item into the garbage because nothing she does should be recycled. It's toxic.
Being here and listening to this is just so upsetting and toxic.
Can't recycle your garbage.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller. Again, the final caller is Gabriela Sosa. Your device might be muted.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking my call. I request humbly that we vote in favor to support this resolution. We've known about climate change, at least I have since the 80s when I went to the University of Santa Cruz. And I've also studied in Europe in the environmental field, and the science is clear, despite the fact that moneyed interests are trying to convince others of the opposite. So please support this resolution, and it's time to make a big oil pay. And so we can invest this money to try to mitigate climate change and ensure a viable climate for ourselves, future generations, and all beings on planet Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. I appreciate my colleagues' consideration of this item. Over the past few years, San Diego's seen historic droughts, flooding, and wildfires, and the situation is only getting worse. We've seen increasing air pollution and damage to our natural resources, like the bluffs that are crumbling in my district. This past weekend and last week, we saw increased heat waves. And we all know that the oil industry has been one of the largest perpetrators of climate change and these climate-inflicted harms. So today, I'm asking my colleagues to join me in supporting Attorney General Rob Bonta's efforts to hold the oil industry accountable for the damages being inflicted upon our communities. According to the United Nations, fossil fuels are the largest contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions and are responsible for nearly 90% of carbon emissions. So this AG's lawsuit would seek financial damages from the 5 largest fossil fuel companies in the world: ExxonMobil, Shell, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, and BP. The fact of the matter is that even back in the 1960s, these big oil companies knew that the burning of fossil fuels would inevitably warm our planet and hurt our climate. So what this lawsuit does is hold the oil industry accountable for using false advertisements and spreading misleading and deceptive information to deliberately deceive the public about the reality of climate change and the inevitable connection between the combustion of fossil fuels and the warming of our climate. Some examples from the lawsuit include how in 1968, the American Petroleum Institute and its members received a report that from the Stanford Research Institute that said, quote, significant temperature changes are almost certain to occur by the year 2000. And there seems to be no doubt that the potential damage to our environment could be severe. So that means that what we're looking at here in terms of all the damage that is being suffered by our community and communities around the world is the reality that those responsible for these harms knew what was occurring and hid that from the public. The state of California and the county of San Diego have spent tens of billions of dollars to try to fix the mess that climate change is inflicting upon California in order to repair damages from fires, flooding, and air pollution. We're facing hundreds of billions of dollars more in expenses to guard against the future impacts of climate change and invest in climate mitigation and adaptation. So if the Attorney General wins, the state of California would benefit from the creation of a fund that could help us finance climate mitigation and adaptation investments, as well as create a pool of resources to protect California's natural environment from future pollution. It's vitally important that we hold the oil industry accountable for their deliberately deceptive practices that have inflicted harms upon our community. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to support this item and request the support of my colleagues today. Thank you.
Happy to second. Oh, go ahead. You can second.
I'll second.
All right. If there is no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson voting no, all other supervisors who are present voting aye.
All right, we're next going to move on to, all right, this is your first warning. I'm going to ask you to please let us continue to do our work. Move on to board member committee updates at each meeting. I will ask any of you to provide a brief update report on progress or share pertinent information during this time. Does anybody have any updates that would like to share today? No. All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and resume with non-public agenda comments. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 13 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 4 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'll call forward the first 3 speakers of the remaining. I'd like to welcome forward allegedly Audra, Luke, and Elizabeth Stonehouse. If I've called your name, please come forward. I'll go ahead and call all the individuals, Stephen Stonehouse as well. Thank you. You're welcome to come forward in any order. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning, Chairman Vargas and other supervisors. My name is Stephen Stonehouse. I feel that I am being discriminated against by the county registrar of voters. I am a candidate for the Sweetwater Planning Group and want to be a poll worker in the upcoming November presidential election. The ROV contacted me to serve once again, but then they discovered I was a candidate and I was denied. I contacted Justin Quimley, County Council, about being a poll worker as well as a candidate, and he replied that there is no California law that prohibits a candidate from also serving as a poll worker. I contacted Aaron Meyer, Chief Election Service Division, and was told it remains their practice to not assign candidates as poll workers because their name may appear on the ballot at their polling station. Usually practices are made from laws and regulations. When I was a poll worker in the 2024 primary election, we had 3 days training on what to do and not to do, and I was required to take an oath to uphold California laws regarding elections, among which was not to influence anyone at the polling station. I take oath-taking very seriously. I took an oath to our country when I joined the Air Force. I again took an oath when I received my top secret clearance. In civilian life, I became a licensed customs broker and took another oath to uphold U.S. customs laws and regulations. I would like the ROV to not make a blanket statement that a candidate cannot be a poll worker just because their name may possibly appear on a ballot at their polling station.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Madam Chairwoman Vargas and supervisors, my name is Elizabeth Stonehouse. I believe that the ROV has acted in a discriminatory way toward me in that after requesting that I join them to work as a poll worker, they decided that I could not because I'm on the ballot for a volunteer position that is for a position which concerns only the planning and land use area of the county. What I believe they are missing is not everyone wants to sway voters. I took an oath when I was a poll worker last March to uphold the county and state law. When I was a poll worker, I helped people with the voting machines. I explained how they work and what people had to do. I was not allowed to touch anything past setting up the proper form. I was not allowed to read anything. My full name was not anywhere where anyone could read it. It seems ironic to me, having all my adult life being subjected to security clearances from everyone from the U.S. government to the school district, that the ROV would think so little of me that I could not do a job I trained to do just because my name appears on a ballot. I would like someone to convince the ROV, who desperately need people, to follow the law rather than their obvious conviction that everyone cheats, and let me do a job which I like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Luke, I wanted to show this camera in my shirt. It's a quote by Thomas Jefferson. It says, when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. In America, that's where we are. I'm going to read this from a website that my friends have designed. They have a plan to help reformat this country. We got to clean it out and start over because it's so corrupt, it's beyond repair. So we're going to have to, it's basically like the same thing as if your laptop or if your phone gets all bogged down with viruses and malware. Eventually, you gotta kind of wipe it clean and reformat the thing and put in some new stuff. So this is from the website, quantumparty.org. It's about reformatting this country. And on this page is quantumparty.org/reformat. So if you want to check it out, I invite you to. It says, we've reached the end. The United States is a great country with great people, great landscapes, and vast natural resources, but we have an irredeemably corrupt government, a government that is completely captured by ruthless oligarchs and rogue intelligence agencies, a government that utterly ignores the Constitution, a government that is too corrupt to function and is racing us ever faster towards Armageddon. But instead of trying to do anything to prevent that, our politicians are milking as much corruption out of the dying system as they can before it collapses. Any attempts to correct our course or fix our problems within the current system are thwarted. Politicians are blackmailed, elections are rigged, legitimate political activists are aggressively targeted by the crooked FBI. So where do we go from here? How do we save our country? Well, you can find the answers at quantumparty.org. And if you want to learn more about how we ended up here, visit qintel.pro.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. So Nora, with this number 13, and you're saying that you want to enhance community safety, I'm wondering if you would say the same stuff to the 5-year-old little girl who was raped by Jose Alejandro Confessor, a 21-year-old illegal who evaded processing by Border Patrol, got a fake green card, broke onto a military base to sexually assault a 5-year-old little girl. And you want to protect these people. I'm just wondering if you would tell her to her face that you're protecting that 21-year-old who raped her to enhance community safety. Does it enhance her safety? Does it protect her? Do you know what it's like to be raped, Nora? I hope not, but the sad thing is that she's gonna have to grow up and spend the rest of her life dealing with the effects of that. So I'm just wondering, would you go to her and tell her to her face that you're protecting him to enhance her safety? Because if not, you should never talk about this again like that. It's very disturbing that you can treat her that way. So until you can tell her that it's going to protect her safety, you better leave this out of your mouth.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Megan Stewart, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the issue of youth vaping. E-cigarettes have become the most common form of tobacco use among young people, despite widespread efforts to curb their use. Vape companies market their products with colorful packaging and sweet flavors, creating a false sense of safety among teens. This is not harmless, as nicotine addiction affects brain development and increases the likelihood of future substance use. In our schools, vaping has become both a health and discipline issue. Many students are turning to vaping to manage stress, only to find that it worsens their mental health. They are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and depression. The county has taken an important step by enacting the flavor ban, but enforcement is key to its success. Without strict oversight, these harmful products will continue to reach our kids. We must ensure that these products are not making their way into the hands of our children through lax oversight or illegal sales. Vape companies will continue to exploit any loophole they can find to hook the next generation of users. At the end of the day, this is about protecting the future of our youth. They are up against a multi-billion-dollar industry that thrives on their addiction, and it's our responsibility to stand in their defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. This is Peggy Walker. I'm here as a youth mentor sharing that today is National Suicide Recognition Day. This recognition is important as we work to address youth mental health issues. A study of cannabis-related suicidal risks published in the National Library of Medicine shows cannabis is the most common illicit substance detected in suicide victims' toxicology tests. I wanted you to know that the study found that initiation of marijuana use at a younger age is associated with worse suicidal outcomes, and suicide is a leading cause of death among young people. The study showed significant association between marijuana use and suicidal attempts in the general population, but especially in adolescents, military veterans, and bipolar or major depression patients. Two reasons behind marijuana's suicide link were identified as neurophysiological, including the way THC acts on serotonin pathways, inducing depressive disorders, acute intoxication, and cognitive impairment. And second, social mechanisms, or links between pot use and behavioral problems like educational failure. The study said marijuana is the most common illicit substance used by young people, used about 5 times more than any other drug. I bring this information here to you today because every policy you make should help prevent youth marijuana use and save young lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Lippett. Thank you for letting me speak. As a researcher of sound public drug policies that negatively impact youth and young adults, I'd like to share a few highlights from SANDAG's 2024 juvenile arrestee drug use in San Diego County. The average age of those interviewed was 15.9. 81% were already enrolled in school. The trends that SANDAG documents are a valuable resource for seeing how city and drug policies parallel these upward trends. Marijuana remains the most frequently tried substance for 89% of youth and 81% reported use within the last 30 days. 100% of users describe it as very easy or easy to obtain. At the same time, 15% of youth perceive marijuana to be harmful. These data are alarming and suggest that the county's support and permitting of marijuana businesses is setting up our youth to fail. It also appears to indicate that state, county, and city are choosing to support the industry over protecting children and youth from the constellation of harms that marijuana products cause today. The public is slowly waking up to the duplicity of the marijuana industry promises and their high-potency products, and the county's unholy alliance with them. Please consider at minimum looking at the sources for product manufacturers and distributors which are routinely given CEQA exemptions. Their products that are produced there cause public health and safety problems, but they get a pass. And there is no robust oversight. There's very little oversight or regulatory activities. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp, and today I would like to bring to your attention AB 1775. AB 1775 aims to prioritize profits over health, jeopardizing California's long-standing smoke-free workplace protections by allowing for the permitting of marijuana cafes. The American Cancer Society is urging Governor Newsom to veto the bill, and I'd like to suggest that you do the same. San Diego County is the second largest in the state and therefore can provide great insight when new legislation is being considered in Sacramento. The ACS states that the legislation violates provisions of state law that prohibits smoking.
Appears that caller dropped off. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair Vargas. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent of 3 adult sons. I came today to share with you a growing concern at my county planning group where hiking trails and small sideways connect the neighborhoods in the area. As a property owner and a good neighbor, I've begun following the planning group members' unfolding stories regarding marijuana secondhand smoke being an unwelcome intrusion. My research found that it is estimated that 10% of the population has a strong allergic reaction to marijuana smell. This is more than an annoyance, it's a painful health hazard. And for countless others, it's undoubtedly a very uncomfortable nuisance. In my public health work, I receive daily news releases, and American Heart recently put out a press release entitled The 411 on Marijuana Use and Cardiovascular Health. It said, and I quote, smoking and inhaling marijuana has been associated with heart muscle dysfunction, chest pain, heart attacks, heart rhythm disturbances, sudden cardiac death, and other serious cardiovascular conditions. Many people don't realize that cannabis smoke contains components similar to tobacco smoke. Smoking and inhaling cannabis has been shown to increase the concentrations of poisonous carbon monoxide and tar in the blood, similar to the effects of inhaling the smoke from a tobacco cigarette, end quote. Now could be a great time for the county to consider a ban of public marijuana and tobacco smoking and vaping here in our county. Thank you for hearing my concerns this afternoon.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller. Looks like our call-in system is having some difficulties at the moment. While we're waiting for it to refresh, we'll go ahead and hear from the individuals that requested to speak on the closed session matters, which are item 20. In person, we have 4 requests to speak on closed session matters, 3 in person and 1 requesting to speak by phone. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra, Consuelo, and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
My person uses the name Audra. I am going to be addressing letter B, and that is public employee valuations. And so I would like to evaluate my employees that are sitting up on the dais. And I can do that, Nora, so don't say I'm off topic. You just might not like it. So, Joel, you're always on your phone. Still need to get your phone number so I can text you and say, stop being on your phone. See, makes you pay attention. Tara, the misinformation that comes out of your mouth needs to stop immediately because you're lying to the people. And you guys sit here and you're like, we're going to sue everybody and anybody under the sun, right? For the people. Yeah, right. You want to go up against the biggest companies and entities there are that have more money than the county could ever have and think that you're going to win. All while you're sitting there saying that you're doing it because of the misinformation they're spreading. So you should actually be sued. Andrew, good job, okay? Good job, Andrew. Appreciate your smiles. It's nice. You actually pay attention sometimes. It's good. Nora. The money that you're taking from the people for your security needs to stop immediately. We did not consent to that, and you're driving a gas guzzler, okay? So if you're gonna sit here and promote green stuff and stopping the GHGs, you need to practice what you preach. Ebony, still not sure about you because you do spend the money and we're doing it on a lot of nefarious things. So that needs to stop. Monica? Not sure about you either. I kind of feel like, I'm not sure. And then Jim isn't here, so that's too bad. But I don't like him voting on stuff for illegal aliens and then pretending he didn't, so that's unfortunate.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, so first of all, as I'm sure you guys know, there's a lawsuit coming up for you. And I can't remember the name of the attorney or the organization. It's something like Public Rights or something organization. Anyway, So I wish that they would also address in their lawsuit coming up with you, being off topic, they're addressing the fact that you shouldn't be able to determine hate speech.
Just make sure, just to clarify, go ahead and put it on stop. Just to clarify, there's a couple of
This is closed session where you do litigation, and I'm discussing proposed litigation, in fact, litigation that is coming up.
Mark, there are 2 items on the closed session agenda. The court case that you're referencing is not listed on the closed session agenda.
I realize that. I'm talking about proposed litigation. In fact, litigation that is coming up.
That is not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
And I can't discuss
you can talk about the 2
litigation that may come up.
No, you can talk about the 2 items that are on the closed session agenda.
Public employee evaluation.
Well, public employee evaluation, Tara is doing a horrible job. She's lying. She worked for the UN, so I don't know why anyone would even want her in this position. And she's totally lying about climate change, and which this video clearly talks about from a real expert, and on YouTube. And I'm sorry that I can't, and critiquing individuals, the fact that you have a policy for not doing that, that was clearly ruled a right by the Supreme Court. So that's absurd. Anyway, hate speech off topic, you don't have a right to determine that. We'll talk more about it later for sure.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, I too will be speaking on public employee evaluation. Let's see. I think it's funny how when there's these reviews or the staff gives these presentations, like the scripted questions that you guys have, and then you go back and forth. It's just so funny. I see right through it. What else? Let's see. Gosh, poor children who are going to have to like inherit all of this junk. Let's see, more evaluations. Gosh, I think that I really want to address the future generations on how this board conducts business for you all to inherit eventually. First off,
you can go ahead and come and do that on an open session tomorrow if you like.
Say it again.
You can do that in open session tomorrow, during the regular public comment, but right now you have to focus on the 2 items before.
The evaluation, right? Public evaluation, yeah. Another thing too I want to address is for the future generations to not be afraid of these people, because they do in fact work for, they're supposed to be working for us. So don't be afraid to evaluate them, even though they don't like it and they keep interrupting. It's okay, keep coming back. It's so sad.
Thank you. We'll now return to the callers. I'm going to return to Becky Rapp.
Thank you for allowing.
You had.
Thank you. This is. Oh, go ahead.
Becky, you had 54 seconds remaining.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, I was having technical difficulties apparently. Continuing on, I was speaking to AB 1775. The American Cancer Society continues. Smoke-free laws are popular because they work, and we must not forget to minimize the pivotal role they've played in slashing smoking rates and bringing overall tobacco use to historically low levels. A culture shift has occurred regarding the harms of tobacco use, as well as the secondhand smoking, and now is not the time to move backwards. I ask this board to consider joining the American Cancer Society and urge the governor to veto AB 1775, protecting the progress we've made in creating safe, smoke-free environments and reducing tobacco-related health inequities. It is not wise to make exceptions to long-standing laws in efforts to accommodate a for-profit industry. The American Cancer Association reminds us that smoke is smoke, and California boldly.
Thank you. We'll now return to the final caller this afternoon.
Truth, point of order. I also did sign up for closed session, so I actually get 4 minutes.
That's correct.
Nora, thank you. There you go. All right. Nora, first, thanks for gutting your junk items off the agenda today. Now that $41,000 you spent on that armed security guy in the white SUV for your own personal protection, the whole county should have consented. It's inequitable, too. Does every supervisor have $41,000 a month in security and a brand new SUV? Do you realize that's almost half the cost of the few air purifiers that were distributed by lottery, where not everyone who wanted or needed one received one? I believe you should have whatever security you believe you need, but not on the county people's dime. Pay for it with your own money. And speaking of air purifiers, next, I sent all of you guys emails the other day about this next topic. And Nora, I know you don't read emails, but I know you do care about the South Bay, so I have an agenda request that you all introduce and pass a resolution in solidarity with the City of Imperial Beach's historic resolution number 2024-064 entitled Requiring Immediate Action from SANDAG to create a long-term environmental mitigation fund from the Otay Mesa East Port of Entry to mitigate pollution impacts of transboundary sewage flows from the Tijuana River Valley that passed unanimously on September 4th. As you know, Newscom has refused to declare a state of emergency, and there's been no federal path toward a permanent solution. Diverting mere pennies from this toll toward a mitigation fund could pay for wastewater infrastructure repairs and Tijuana River diversion and treatment for every year into the future, as long as the toll exists, without having any negative impact on international trade. But the county's continued support is needed because this is only possible if those at the state level are pressured to alter the language of SB 1486, Section 31474A, that says SANDAG may only impose tolls and user fees for the use of the corridor, to instead allow for a portion of the revenue to go to a mitigation fund so that the SANDAG board can make this opportunity a reality and benefit both countries' peoples. I've also contacted every city within the county to ask them to also pass a resolution in support of Imperial Beaches. So this is your guys' chance to be on the right side.
Thank you. Your time is up for non-agenda public comment. You can begin your comments on the closed session matters.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now case A is for Flower Alvarez Lopez versus the county. And I was very surprised to see a lawsuit against the county from Flower, of all people. I think this is a prime example of throwing your own under the bus and turning them into your opponents. I'm assuming this case is about Universidad Popular's co-director Flowers' observation that the $6 million plus $1 million a month for 3 months of taxpayer-funded Welcome All undocumented illegal migrant center was mismanaged by SPCS. There was never an audit of how they managed to blow through over $3 million of county tax dollars. Even with millions of dollars wasted on this treasonous pet project, the volunteer aiders and abettors, such as Flower, Haitian Bridge Alliance, Al Otro Lado, and Immigrant Defenders Law Center claim that people were not being given food or water, were left to sleep in the airport, and were sent to different states without sponsors, and so ended up in shelters or on the streets. However, SPCS said they bought people airplane tickets, food, Wi-Fi, phone chargers, and hotels with American tax money. Over $350,000 was spent just on buses. They also allocated $1.2 million just to staff, but never said how many staff there were, how much they were getting paid, or what their roles were. There's never been a public audit breakdown of what went wrong, but obviously it was all wrong, and now an even bigger aider and abetter, Catholic Charities, has taken over. So I'm hoping this case will force the county to release the fact of mismanagement of secrecy with millions of our tax dollars. Or maybe this case is actually about Flowers' partnership with the Register of Voters, but I doubt it. And case G is Chief Probation Officer Tamika's performance evaluation. The funny thing is this evaluation was supposed to happen on August 27th, but you guys stacked the agenda with a bunch of useless political theater from Tara that made the meeting go until 11:30 at night. Then it got pushed to the next day in the most untransparent, unannounced manner at the start of the meeting. It's also ironic to discuss staff like Tamika while Nora denies that right at other times. Tamika gets a C for coasting at SANDAG Public Safety Committees. Haven't seen her there, haven't heard her. Y'all get it.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes a request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon, as well as public comment on the closed session matters.
With that, we have no adjournments today. This session is adjourned and we'll now proceed to closed session.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 20 on today's regular agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out during the planning land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, September 11th, 2024.
In a shadowy realm of unseen power and manipulation, 8 sinister techniques govern the mind: isolation, monopolization, exhaustion, threats, degradation, helplessness, obedience, submission. Join us as we uncover the chilling truth of psychological warfare.
That Spider-Man's coming from Chinatown. It's gonna mess with your head to break it down. With the power to coerce, it's gonna do you in. 6 feet apart is just where it begins. Spider-Man's gonna turn against your friends. Well done if you never talk again. Isolate you from the world, don't question it. Just 15 days to control the spread. Oh, that Spider-Man is gonna get you good and you give in, just like they knew you would. Oh, that Spider-Man, it's gonna make you fold, think it to your chest, just do what you're told. Oh, that Spider-Man, focus on the fear, I guarantee it's gonna be everywhere, thanks to Spider-Man's chart of coercion. They're gonna break you with anything. Well, that Spider-Man's coming for your kids, gonna mask them all up so they won't resist. Confused and abused, that's the name of their game. That Spider-Man's done will never be the same. Well, that Spider-Man, it's gonna get you good and you'll give in, just like they knew you would. Oh, that Spider-Man, it's gonna make you fall, finger to your chest, just do what you're told. Oh, that Spider-Man, focus on the fear, I guarantee it's gonna be everywhere, thanks to Spider-Man's chart of coercion. They're gonna break you with anything. When you finally wake up in your shackles and chains to a world you never wanted, it may be too late.
Okay, hey you guys, thank you for joining us today at the Board of Supervisors meeting. This is a Tuesday regular meeting. It was interesting. It was actually very short. Several items were taken off and withdrawn, and I thought that we were going to be able to address it on the withdrawal, but however, they decided that that wasn't the case. Then actually another one was withdrawn because Jim isn't here today, which is a wonder why. I mean, he had an item that was supposed to be addressed, so you know, makes you wonder if he already was planning on being here, like why that was taking place. But you know, it's there. Sorry. And that item was SB 43. I actually misspoke on it. I was thinking of Prop 41, which they go hand in hand, but that one is the one that is voluntary, but it's also court ordered. SB 43 is about conservatorship and, locking people up basically for behavioral health issues that people deem they have, and so they can be medicated and whatnot. I want to get to this side. So we are just wrapping up, and I hope that you guys were able to get a good view of kind of what takes place in these meetings. It's interesting that most of the time, oh my god,
flip-flops. I'm trying to fall off. I'm walking backwards.
They're sitting there and trying to. Nora was kind of lenient today with warnings and whatnot, because it's always changing. It's like sometimes it's, you get one and you're done. Sometimes it's like you get 2 or 3. Oh my god. Sorry.
I can't see what I'm walking into.
Whoa, and I meant to tell you. Whoops. Anywho.
Need a little bit of help here.
Showing a little bit of what a clown show that was. So, anywho, hope everybody's having a good Tuesday. I was hoping to kind of, hit Nora close to home with how one of the items, it was number 13, but it's doing more protection for community safety, basically by hiding ICE information from, not only law enforcement, but the public. And so, I addressed the little 5-year-old girl that was raped, and, it's like she can't even really look up, but she knows that kind of goes against, making sure that this 5-year-old feels safe when we're protecting, the illegals and things like that. So, it's just interesting. Hopefully that my item won't come back, but obviously it will. They've just been withdrawn. They weren't removed. So they will be coming back with that, along with the reproductive health item. And, so anyway, I don't know. It's just been a crazy day. So hope everybody enjoys the rest of your Tuesday. There will be a meeting tomorrow at the Board of Supervisors for the land use meeting. And then after that, I'll actually be going to a ceremony for 9/11 to read some names down here at the Midway. So we'll be bringing that to you live as well. Again, hope you all have a wonderful Tuesday. Sorry for just being all over the place. But we'll be posting some more videos of what happened today so that you guys can check those out.
And we don't know what we're going to get into this afternoon.
Yeah, so you'll just stay tuned. So God bless. Love you guys.
It was all a dream. One thing that my dear man did not foresee is that we'd become their worst enemies. Hey, Spider-Man, the tables about to turn. We thank you for the lesson we have learned. Oh, hey, Spider-Man, looks like the game is up and you've lost all your power over us. So, hey, Spider-Man, I hear the biggest fear is less awake. And what do we have here? Thanks to Spider-Man's chart of coercion. Never gonna be able to walk the streets alone.
Get back to JDATA, Peter Island, that's it! We're all on to you!
Hey, Tony, are you glad that you're the number 3 spot at that fucking murderous people powerful after Stalin and Hitler?
In a shadowy realm of unseen power and manipulation, 8 sinister techniques govern the mind. Isolation, monopolization, exhaustion, threats, degradation,